Welcome to our Saturday to Sunday edition of Viewer Levels this week. We usually do a quick warm-up level at the start as the queue is populated with the first submissions, and we usually like to get that out of the way quickly, but we have something new on my list today that is a spicy boss rush by Merlin, who is one of our regular submitters who sometimes makes it here. And First Clear is still available, so we're going to take a crack at First Clear on this level, and then we'll get into the queue properly. I'm not going to spend extremely long on it, but I do want to see what it's all about. And Mr. Greggy Spike, welcome in already. We are looking forward to punching in your maker code in due course. Let's take a look at this one first now, and we'll see if it's going to put up that much of a fight. Okay, spicy boss rush. How spicy could it be? Have a bit of a snake block entrance here to boss room number 1. Looks like we start off with a mushroom, and Roy is going to have munchers bouncing all over the place, so we just need to be careful about positioning, and I should be okay. Yeah. Roy's not going to be much of a threat here at all, in fact. I'll have to be careful with positioning, though. Interesting that there's a door that allows you to reset all the way from start. Don't think we'll be making any use of that. We are through fight number 1. A mushroom gives me fight number 2 with Larry. On-off blocks here, I think, are probably just for decoration to make the whole room look red. Yeah. We need to be careful with the way that he's constraining space here. Also need to be careful not to get crushed. And yeah, spin jumps strategically will get us quite far here. Oh, and he's just going to get crushed anyway. That works for me. That absolutely works for me. And we just need to be careful not to reset the whole fight with the entry door. I mean, we'd gotten 2 hits off him already, so I feel like I beat him fair and square. Just had a bit of a spectacle bonus kill for style points there. I do like the mushroom refreshes after each round. I did not really expect Iggy to bounce up so aggressively, though, so... Now, I wonder if the mushrooms are spawning on track here, because let's say I respawn through this room. Do I get another mushroom? No, I don't, because it's a power-up, and I guess if it's... I'm just looking at the spawning position. Yeah, I guess it is a power-up. It just wouldn't come back if it's something like a track spawn. Whoops. Oh, already taking a hit on Roy. And, right, I guess it was on the door, so... stun lock here is not going to be healthy. That's okay. As long as Roy gets trapped. I'm not actually too concerned. Just need to watch the corners sometimes as the munchers come up and do their munching. Roy has a really long shell pattern. I always forget just how long it is. Cool fight so far, though. We managed to make it to fight number 3 on the first try, and so if it is just all one boss rush sequence with no checkpoint, I think we can actually do it, just given the relative simplicity of some of these fights. They are still our standard 3-hit fights, just in very specially designed arenas. Now let's get way out of the way. And, oh, whoops. Hyperion Smokestack, welcome. And of course, as soon as Hyperion Smokestack comes in, it's a reminder to me that I actually still have not watched that video you sent me. Like I said, not much time today to even look at my Discord or any Discord. We will catch up on that, though, so I can see what you're talking about when it comes to that particular Shakespeare sonnet reading. Whoops. Let's be careful once again around the corners. Just have to do nice high jumps every time, whether the munchers are on the screen or not, I think. Whoa! Okay, that's fine. Stay nice and high, and oh, Roy's also going to get a crush death. Wonderful. Okay, this wasn't too bad. I can't exactly strategize in a way that intentionally crushes Larry. I think I just need to survive and hope for the best. But yeah, after you bop him, that's when things get risky. Spin jumping everywhere will, however, do the trick, especially when he winds up in a position like that. Now we've got to be very careful with Iggy's fight here. And because of the way he can bounce very suddenly. Especially when he's on his shell form. Not that much of a risk when he's just sort of in his standard Michael Jackson moonwalk form. But when he's in his shell form, things get a little bit dicey, as you can see here. Bounces all over the place. So, probably just have to alternate directions. Nope, that's not going to work. Just try to space him out completely. So yeah, Iggy's fight in the shell phase is going to be a bit of a challenge, I think. That's the one thing that I don't actually have a good strategy for yet. Okay. Let me punch this in quickly. So yeah, Hyperion, this is a new level that had come up by one of our regular submitters, Merlin, and it still has no clears on it, so in lieu of doing a short warm-up level today, I thought I'd try to go for first clear on this first. And hopefully it won't take too long, but you know how long I've taken on some boss rushes before, so... If it goes too long, though, I will want to get into the queue, so I won't necessarily hunt for first clear right away. Okay. Alright, that's going to be safe. Now, I wonder, this will be our first chance to see if any of the power-ups are progressive, or if they are only going to be mushroom refreshes. That's, yep, just a mushroom. Okay, into the shell phase. Let's just spin over him. Hope he gets himself into a crushable position. And he does. No, he doesn't. Okay, that's too bad. Nope. Really got my hopes up there. With the way he was repositioning himself right under the blasters. There we go, that's gotta be crush. That's not a crush. Luckily, third hit is all it's going to take. Okay, this is the rough fight, and we're going to get off to a very bad start.
Oh no!
But yeah, so far, from what we have seen, Iggy's shell phase is really the key to the whole thing. I'm not worried about anything that comes before him yet. Of course, we also haven't seen what the boss rooms are going to be like afterwards when we face the other Kubalings. But I'm often having a lot of trouble in a lot of these boss rushes with Iggy's pattern. No matter what, his movement phase can be quite tricky. And yeah, Hyperion bumbling like a bully is exactly the experience we're having right now. You have to remember that Roy, I believe, is sometimes vulnerable during the peaking phase, but it's hard to tell because Roy's artwork can be very deceptive when he's warping around in terms of whether or not he's actually susceptible to being hit. Let's just try to keep our distance from him at any given time. Okay, that's going to be fairly simple. If there are no checkpoints on this, and I'm not exactly sure if there are, I do wonder if time is going to be an issue. Because we're looking at about 7 fights. And it took me 50 seconds for the first one. Might take me a bit longer with some of these, depending on how they go. Welcome, Electrodude. Okay, let's pop in here and once again try to get a proper bounce on Iggy, whose movement is very chaotic. And here's the shell phase. This is the part that is going to be rough. Yeah, I just need to alternate sides completely, I think. That's going to be a good approach. Because you don't want to get trapped in one of the side cages with him still in the shell. Now, is he going to come over? Because I think his backwards walk is actually going to trap him inside that top position. That is bad news, because now he's going to be quite difficult to approach. Yeah, as you can see, he just stays in the cage. So, actually a very well-designed fight when it comes to the layout in terms of taking advantage of Iggy's movement patterns to give him these highly defensible locations. And also make the shell phase particularly threatening. Like, from a design perspective, I think that for a very simple layout, actually does a lot to make Iggy's movement feel like it's something that was specially designed. You know, specially designed for the purposes of causing us all kind of grief in this fight. Yeah, it is a good looking room. And okay, let's just try to get in position here. Crush, crush. Great. Nice quick kill. Okay, here's this guy. Okay, shell phase is going to worry me. Wow, shell phase is a big problem. Couldn't quite get into a safe position to spin jump. And yeah, Electrodude, I guess, unless you've made anything new, I should immediately regret getting through both of your new levels yesterday. Of course, I know exactly what I'm in for. Oh.
Oh no!
Okay, back in. I haven't done a lot of Koopaling boss rushes lately, in fact. I mean, I did that one from Loop and Snoop a few streams ago, but other than that, not so much. I think we saw a lot more Koopaling boss rushes back when Koopalings were fairly new in mid-2020. But lately, people haven't really been sending them to me. This is going to make you plug the switch back in, yeah. And Hyperion Smokestack, I know this is very much your kind of thing as well, just these straight-up Koopaling battles. You know what, we're just going to stall. We're going to go for the pacifist strategy and just let Larry get into his own kind of trouble. Okay, this is going to be a problem. Which way is he going to go? He's going to spin this way and spin that way. Good, good, good. Oh, now we're kind of worrying, but... Okay. No, 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 no. There we go. Get out, get out. Let him bounce. Okay, back in a center position. Great, first time through this fight. Didn't feel like a very reliable method, but I will take it. What's going on with Lemmy? It looks like we have all kinds of falling platforms that require me to stay on top of the balls, which is going to be difficult. Wow. Lemmy's fight looks like quite a threat. I mean, I guess the reason that you have so many platforms controlling their way down is to ensure that he gets some of the initial balls spawned. Yeah, we'll take it. Always love a good crush dash. speedrun methods right there. Not exactly the most reliable thing, but those of you who want to go for world record eventually, do take note. Yeah, we'll just see if we can get a crush death over here too. Yep, great. No such luck with Iggy though. Iggy is not going to be susceptible to that kind of thing. So yeah, King Brock, you came in right at the start. We are just doing the warm-up level. I usually don't choose something this big, but first clear is in fact still available on this one. I can share the code in chat for people who are interested, in case they want me to race me for it. But I'll do that at the end of this attempt, perhaps, since we now finally have some people who actually came in. Oh no. There we go. Stylish kill. That did not feel under my control at all, but I wonder if we just need to go for the single tap or multiple... Oh, multiple taps if I look at the right side here. Okay, let's get back on. Pretty good Lemmy fight, really. Except now that we're short, I have a bit of trouble reaching. You can see.
Oh no!
So yeah, the bomb has to come all the way down, and then that's going to take out our opponent there. And King Brock, thank you for the continuation of Legend of Brockata. Pretty good start with that one yesterday, so looking forward to more. Can we get a crush death on Roy? Not so fast, he says. Not this time. But yeah, my Iggy method still feels completely unreliable. But the Lemmy bounces were not too bad that time. It's just that when I lost the mushroom, it became significantly harder to actually touch the switch. Okay, so Larry's not going to be so cooperative with the crush death this time. Yes he is. Yes he is. Thank you, Larry. Very kind of you. Okay, let's not get hit too early. If I can stay out of the way relatively early, moreover keep him in a low position, this shouldn't be too bad, but there we go. Anyway, this is the level code for people who want to race me to first to clear. I won't necessarily stay long enough to get first clear on this because I do want to get into the queue, as I was saying, but we're far enough that I think I can make a reasonable effort if I just sort out Iggy's fight on a slightly more consistent basis. Whoop. That was not great. Roy's pattern is always so long. It does feel noticeably longer than the other Koopalings, in terms of how long he stays in the shell phase. I don't know if that's actually true, but I feel like Roy has always consistently felt that way, that his window of vulnerability is actually not that generous. Because I always expect Roy to come out of his shell about one phase earlier than he actually does. And that's something that, you know, after playing Koopaling fights for a year now, you would think I would know well enough to adjust for, but apparently not, so let's see how this goes. Yeah, let's just let Larry do his thing and bounce up, bounce up. He's just going to let me get a crush death on him? Nope, he's not going to cooperate. Come on. Alright, let's fight, let's fight. We'll fight, fine. Okay, just jump around and crush death, crush death. There we go. Nope, not quite. Oh, no. Going to get zapped here. I don't die on this fight too often, but that's usually because Larry gets into a favorable position. Roy is a boy that toys with all kinds of things that rhyme with oi, I'm sure. Let's let him get over there. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, once again, the Muncher height, when it bounces up, is something that is just inconvenient enough to block a lot of standard jumps. You always do have to overcompensate a little bit with your jump height. It's better, of course, if Roy just decides to fall into the Muncher traps.
Oh no!
Much easier to hit him that way if he just decides to fall into one of the pits. Okay. Good, let's get out. We always just sort of imagine that a Muncher is going to be in a disfavorable position and just do high jumps everywhere. Then I should be fairly safe. Just need to give them plenty of clearance. Not get complacent about what looks like room to maneuver. Thankfully, we know we're getting a mushroom respawn, so one hit is acceptable. I like the generosity of the power-ups here. You'll notice that that does ease up on the fights quite a bit, because it means that you are allowed to take at least one hit if you need to do something particularly daring for the last bit. Doesn't help you at all on Lemmy's fight, of course, except for being able to take a fall.
Oh no!
And yeah, King Brock, I think watching for Munchers would certainly help. Very startling strategic insight. Okay, Roy is going to be hittable when he's in his peaking phase. And let's get out of here. Nope, too late. But we get Crush Death, so works for me. Alright, is Larry going to cooperate? And there is an element of RNG in terms of whether he does the forward or back bounce, I think. It does seem random. But the traps here are set up to exploit that pretty well. Probably shouldn't have taken a hit this early in the fight. We'll just spin around until we get him in a better position, and there we go. Yeah, I don't mind the cheesiness of Crush Deaths when, you know, these are fairly early fights, and you basically have to take all the victories you can get. You're not going to have any such luck, again, with Iggy's fight here. Iggy's movement pattern is so difficult to guess, especially when you have conveyors in the mix. This is not the first time I've seen Iggy fights with conveyors, and the fact that he does his little backwards walk while on a conveyor is something that makes his movement particularly difficult to spot. I actually don't remember Hyperion Smokestack. It was one of your Iggy fights that did that to me. But I know that I have done boss rushes that really exploited the Iggy plus conveyor concept. And yeah, they're a very natural fit, just given his movement pattern being what it is. Okay. Nope. Could be a straight up miss. Nope. Also a miss. There we go. Very near thing, but we made it. Okay. Here's some more. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. Not going to complain about that one. And here we go. Whoops. Nope.
Oh.
What a jump there. Yeah, I mean, King Brock, the second part of what you described there is just going to happen every time you get the Lemmy's fight. I don't think there's really such a thing as a Lemmy fight that doesn't involve jumping on somebody's balls, so... Really kind of glad that Nintendo has decided to lean into that element of Lemmy's design ever since reviving the Koopalings. It was always the thing that was really distinctive about him, even in things like the manual artwork. And the fact that it makes him such a mechanically distinctive Koopaling is something that I'm glad has stuck around, be it in the NSMB games or in Mario Maker. And that Lemmy is just going to be the ace juggler of this crew. Originally, of course, the Koopalings, if you look back at the manuals dating back to things like SMB3, we're supposed to be at Bowser's kids in the days before Junior were introduced. They're just kind of described vaguely as his minions now, like he's disowned them or something. Disinherited a whole bunch of them. Also avoiding the question of their motherhood, which is something that I think we're not going to properly appreciate here for Mother's Day. But anyway, I still kind of think of them as siblings. Okay, he's going to bounce around. Nope. Just a few more attempts and we'll get into the queue and probably come back to this. Depending on whether First Clear is still available, maybe I'll finish the stream with this one today. I did want to scout it out initially. And, you know, sometimes when First Clear is available, I'm particularly motivated to stay on it longer. I think it's absolutely doable from everything I've seen so far. Okay, pop this guy. And we are through. So yeah, I mean, we still have lots of fights here to see, so I'm really not necessarily expecting the clear to happen in this segment. At least we're learning some of the early patterns and getting some bad attempts out of the way as we go. Still don't really have a good method for Iggy yet, but that's something we'll just have to take in stride. Nope. Iggy once again causing all kinds of nightmares. Terminator, welcome.
Oh no!
Okay, maybe one more solid attempt. I would like to get back to Lemmy's room. And then we will skip out on this for now. I would like to stay on it, but it is a viewer level day, and so I don't want to stay on it indefinitely in a way I sometimes would. Okay. I just remember last year there was a puzzle that I was doing as my warm-up level on stream, and because it was something where First Clear was available and because I knew I could do it, I ended up staying on it for about 90 minutes. Much to the dismay of people who got in right at the beginning and thought that would get them very easily played. So we'll try to avoid doing that, but let's get the easy fight out of the way first. Try to get back to the good stuff. The hard stuff, I guess. Yeah, good of Roy to at least be on a stable position when he is on top of the Munchers. Anyway, let's let Larry bounce around a little bit first, just to see if he's going to do anything that will just work to our advantage. I guess not. Yeah, I guess yes. Just gotta stick around and stall, I think. Let him do his bouncing back and forth until everything just lines up properly. Terminator, you sent me People in Spectacle number 6 yesterday. I think you mean number 5. So you can always use the replace command if you need to. I was pretty sure we cleared number 6. Okay. Doing okay so far. Yeah, sure, we'll just get out of there safely. Okay, good. I like that he's in a trap because it means he's going to bounce out and be very easily hittable. Actually going to survive that with the mushroom for once. Which is very atypical. Okay, nice accurate bounces here. Nope, that was not it. Okay, that was the good attempt I was talking about. Let's get into the queue. Possibly first clear will be taken by one of you folks by the time this stream is over, but as you can see, it is still available. Here, once again, is the code for people who want to grab that. If not, I'll probably peek back at this at the end of the stream if I have time, and if first clear is still available, we'll gun for it, but for now, let's play the queue first. And who knows, maybe Merlin will show up, because he sometimes does anyway, so... Greggy Spike, thank you for your patience. I know you came in right as the stream started, and I made you wait half an hour. But we will play. I'm pretty sure you're still here anyway. Okay, anything in particular that you want to see? And Hyperion Smokestack, yeah, do you get a good sleep as you try to restore some kind of pattern? Hyperion Smokestack, I'm sure you'd enjoy the level that we just showed off for all the obvious reasons. Newest one, okay. Classic Series SMB Airship 1-1. Can you get the world record? 31 seconds, we'll see. If we finish this really, really quickly, maybe I'll take a crack at that, but I'm not really a natural speedrunner, so... Not really going to grind that out necessarily, but we'll at least just get the clear. I mean, 3%, it's probably going to be pretty reasonably interesting as is. And thank you so much for the gift sub. And yeah, do enjoy that, King Brock. King Brock, the sub privileges don't take effect right away if you were already in the queue. But you're fairly soon anyway, so... The next time... And of course I can just do something manually to accommodate that. But enjoy it anyway. Hope you like our GG emote and our sploosh emote and everything that you get to use here. Let's actually pay attention to the level now. Very SMB3 style, as you can see. Bullets and rocky wrenches everywhere. I mean, obviously with the kind of density we can expect sometimes from Mario Maker. One thing that I find often gets people into trouble with these SMB3 airships is not really managing the camera position well in terms of seeing where you can fall down, but here I've not had that problem. I did miss the opportunity to get on top of that Buzzy though, so let's just bullet our way over. That almost saved me, but not quite. Needed a bit more momentum, and also just to raise the height of that first Buzzy, I think. Okay, here we go. Yeah, not exactly doing any kind of speed method here, as you can see, but we will try to muddle through. One thing that it's too bad they don't have in Mario Maker is the stars that only spawn if you are already carrying a star, but which otherwise just pop a coin. I mean, I guess people would put that towards some rather trollish purposes if you're not careful, but... And that would have made for some interesting speedrun concepts, I think, given that it is such a staple of classic Mario. There are a lot of things, I think, when it comes to, you know, features in Mario Maker where you have to think about a trade-off between the possibilities it would give you, but also weigh that against the ways in which those elements could be grossly misused. I think in general it's better to err in favor of giving makers more tools to play with, or interactions to explore, and, you know, bad levels will just be bad levels, right? And troll levels that are intentionally trolls will just be troll levels. That's just going to happen. So maybe it's just better in general to make sure we have all kinds of creative possibilities available. Okay, that's going to rescue me just barely. We'll hit checkpoint. Nowhere near a 30-second time, as you can see. But we'll take the endless 1-ups and pop this while we're at it. Oh, looks like these guys respawn off this pipe. It's not an entry pipe, or is it? Yes, it is. Well, it is an SMB-3 airship, and it looks like it's going to be a Morton fight this time. Whoa, Morton is very heavily armed. Endless 1-up's not going to help me here. And everything is just going to blast me in the face. Let's get around here, bop this guy quickly. I'm going to check this location just to see what's going on. Looks like you do want to get back upstairs, though, after grabbing that bonus. I assume that this is something you eventually intend to string into a super world, although you've got so many connected concepts as it is that maybe you won't necessarily enforce that on the player, but that's certainly one context in which you could see the bonus coins there becoming very useful. So, okay, good that we've unlocked mushrooms. We did unlock bloopers as well, given the fire pattern on Morton, but I think the idea here is that I do want to take the mushroom, and having the ability to damage boost does allow me to potentially approach him despite the stump. Yeah, as you can see here, if I am in a damaged state, then I can just nudge right next to the stump, and that's going to get within range to hit him pretty safely. I mean, it would be nice to do that cleanly, of course, but I won't insist on doing it. And yeah, Terminator, a good call on the replacement there. I had thought I was correct about wanting to take number 5 next. Okay. Let's get out of here. Yeah, this is going to be a terrible position. Especially because he blocked off the mushroom. Yeah, for a simple SMB3 style fight, actually kind of nicely done in terms of the spatial control and also the trade-off between having mushroom access and having to deal with the bloopers, which is something that is going to happen at the same time because of Morton's firing pattern. Yeah, we'll just take damage there, but that was probably a bad idea because I should have waited for him to unlock mushrooms first. It's better to exercise a bit of patience there, unless you are, of course, going for the speed record. Having the raccoon suit Tanuki tail there would have been extremely helpful as well, because then at least you can just smack Morton on the side. And that is probably necessary if you want to do any kind of speed run. Like, you would need to keep the Tanuki suit here for a good time. For a good time, keep the Tanuki suit. And okay. Here we go. Yeah, that was a very unfortunate bounce, but this is stuff that I can clean up. It is very much within my control. Oh, whoops, lost a mushroom. That's okay. We'll just wait for the next one that is made available when Morton has had the opportunity to do one stomp. Okay. Here we go. And we'll just get rid of these guys. Whoops. Okay, down we go. Yeah, it looks like it's a Koopaling fight day so far. Koopaling fight night. Well, yeah, we'll take it. Nope. Just run down immediately. Luckily, the mushroom pipe is a red pipe, and so we do get very quick spawns when we get into trouble. What a long flight pattern we have there. He's going to constrain a bit of space here, going to make it a little bit difficult for me to go for the mushroom right away, but we will grab that and die to the chomp as I try to grab a new mushroom. Radcam, welcome, and Natcat, welcome as well. Yeah, Radcam, thank you for the follow earlier today. It's nice to see more people coming in from the ragtime piano scene, which, despite having been a big ragtime fan for the longest time, I only recently plugged into that side of Twitch when it comes to the various music streamers who use this platform copiously. So, glad to have you drop by. Okay, let's get back into this. Okay. Another round with Morton. Let's let him unlock once again. Stunlock is going to cause us all kinds of grief anyway, so we'll just get over here and punch that out. Yeah, no use really trying to get rid of the bloopers. I mean, it's better to just use them as platforms, really, given that they're just going to respawn so quickly. Better to have them in known positions, unless I know how to use them. That was actually a clean hit for once without getting chomped. Yeah, every now and then it does help to reset the blooper position if we want to have a bit of a clear path. But in general, I shouldn't be messing around too much with that. It's better to actually have them available just to give myself a little bit of airtime if we're avoiding the ground pound. Okay, that's going to be hit number 2, also going to be a safe hit for once. And up we go. Okay, got hit right away, that's okay. Red pipe is going to be very cooperative here. Nope. Let's go over here. Nope. Where even is the exit here? I didn't think about that. Like, can we actually just take an exit pipe, given that... maybe there's some kind of... It wouldn't be entity blockage, I don't think, like in terms of being given a cloud or something. I wouldn't think so, anyway, given that the pipes spawning bloopers got unblocked immediately. Like, there's no spawning constraint on them right now, so maybe, unless something is going on with the entity count. I wonder how I am supposed to get back upstairs and how to clear this, unless I just check every pipe. Because this whole time I was thinking in terms of actually beating Morton, and not realizing that I don't actually see something like a key door. And Aegis Cook, good morning to you as well. If it is in fact morning your time. And yeah, Aegis Cook, another maker whose Super World we recently played. I don't know if you've been revising or updating that at all, but hope the making is going well. Yeah, we've had a really good run of Super Worlds and other big maker sets recently, so that is going to give me a key. Yeah, and I did notice that last time when I died to the chomp. What I'm not certain of is... Ah, okay, probably need to go up on top of the bloopers to get on top of a high position. It's not going to be through something like a pipe, I don't think, because if you look at a chomp positioning, depending on where the stump falls, you always are at risk of blocking some pipe. So... probably it's just going to be some kind of stacked jump on top of the bloopers, unless I'm just missing something really obvious. Like going down this pipe, which I could have done ages ago, except, of course, having the key Just allows me to grab some bonus coins. And, you know, we beat Morton fair and square, so. I do see a bit of a risk here, in that if you do kill Morton on top of the blooper spawning pipe, you completely block the pipe with a stump. So that is something that is a potential soft lock or break. Not exactly a soft lock, because you can still just take to death and respawn at checkpoint, but it is a potential issue, I think, that the stump could really land anywhere, depending on where you finish the fight. But anyway, that is actually kind of clever. It's sort of interesting how readily we just sort of assume we have to beat the boss. Because if this were still Maker 1, of course, especially in early Maker 1 before you actually had key doors or any way to attach keys to things, the early Maker 1 boss fights were very much about just trying to get around the boss to find an exit. Because a lot of them would just kind of be gated off in a very soft fashion. Here, though, we've just been conditioned to try to kill everything, and nice to get a key out of that at the very end. So, once again, thank you for the submission from Greggy Spike. Everybody falls for it? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I at least spotted that as being an issue before I finished the fight. But it definitely took me a bit of time to notice. And okay, we'll just pull in sub next. That's going to be Electrodude. Apologies in advance to people behind Electrodude, because we know exactly what we're in for here. Electrodude, of course, actually did make some new and easier levels that I blew through immediately yesterday, so... After doing that, well, the reward for that is just to go back to the grind. Back to the thing we had not yet beaten after many, many hours of attempts. As I was saying, this might actually be my most played level in Maker 2. Nova started his showcase again, yeah, and I believe that he was continuing with your levels, and he'll almost certainly beat me to this clear. I should do the practice door just to make sure I'm warmed up for the final shell, which is kind of a bit of an issue. King Brock, I'm not mad that you stole one of my world records. You know, I don't even remember what level that was. That one that was entitled Mario. Whoops. But anyway, congratulations on taking it. I'm not really a serious speedrunner, so didn't have any particular ambitions of racking up my total count or anything for the relevant costumes. Aegis Cook, yes, we're still fairly early in the queue, in fact. It is still open. I do tend to sometimes take a while, but hopefully we can get to you soon enough. It is actually a fairly short queue for this time in a stream. It's just that some of the levels can be expected to be a bit long. Didn't I say I was going to do the practice door? Ah, that's okay. Next attempt. We do still need to practice some of this early stuff too, of course. And yeah, Aegis Cook, you are quite welcome to submit. I don't think I actually played that much from your old non-Super World profile. Anyhow, actually I know that you had a different Super World on your first profile with SMB3, if I recall. We had some people here who were familiar with it and vouched for it, so let's go back to the practice. The record you stole was from a garbage level. Well, congratulations, King Brock, on having patience to sit through that. I don't even know why I would have a record on it. Very possibly it just had very few plays. If you really do want to gun for some of the world records I have, I recommend trying to snag any that I may have on escape room puzzles. Very easy, of course, once you've actually solved the puzzle. It's just a matter of entering the code quickly. In some cases, if they are things that are passcode based. Nope. Natcat, sorry, I didn't answer your question up above. Do I play prototypes? Yes, I absolutely do. I beta test for a lot of people on stream. If you're comfortable sharing on stream, of course. To have some live video feedback. And yeah, we do prototype levels and betas and such here all the time. And multiple versions of levels as well, so absolutely no problem with that. Okay. Yeah, that jump tends to get me. But it's the last one that I'm mostly worried about, because... So I'm just starting at the halfway point here for the sake of getting in some practice, because previously we managed to do the whole level up to the final jump, probably about 4 or 5 times, and the last jump just completely eludes me. I think it needs a little bit of work. And Aegis Cook, you're redoing some courses of the Super World, thanks to my recent playthrough. Well, I'm glad we could get you a decent body of playtesting data to work with. I think from a maker's perspective, it's useful to have that nice and early. Because you don't want the problems to only show after a few revisions when the people who want to be thorough finally get to it. King Brock, you have no idea just how many shelved betrayals we have sat through in this level. It's been a sort of long-term project on this stream. And I actually hadn't tried to practice for midpoint in a while, and as you can see, I really do need the practice. I've just been so rusty on the second section. And even getting past the first section is something that often takes me so long that I just don't get very many clean attempts on the second part here, where, you know, you really have to get into the rhythm of that first shell in particular on the muncher. Usually, if I can get a good shell throw on the first muncher, I can survive for quite a long time here. As we can see, I hope. This shell throw tends to be a bit of a threat, but we made it. No, I'm not supposed to throw. I'm supposed to get on top of the spiny shell and then throw. As you can see, when we get to the final wall before the gate, sometimes there can be a little bit of uncontrolled panic. That has certainly gone better. Okay, we hold the shell, we get on top of this guy, we shell jump. That's all we need to do, you see? That's all we need to do. I don't know why that's so hard, so let's try to do it from start and get over there and try to actually do that. Because that final jump there with that shell that takes you over to the final wall has been a problem now for what seems like weeks. I feel like we started getting to that point in that level probably about 2 weeks ago. After many attempts, I've bungled that so many times. And it takes quite a bit of work just to get back there, right? So we'll see, though. I mean, you know, that actually felt reasonably relaxed in terms of how quickly I could get that done from the practice gate. So at least I've shown myself that it is doable. I feel like maybe I need to do a few more attempts in that for consistency, but just getting to the second half is something that requires a pretty significant amount of warm-up every time we see this level come back on stream, so I'm really not a shell specialist in any sense. So this is something that you could see going down pretty quickly for people who do play Team Shell on a regular basis to rack up those points. Because a lot of the throw timings are actually fairly relaxed in terms of the amount of spacing you have between consecutive throws. You get plenty of time to plan. But of course, if you are not somebody who's very mechanically fluent at spacing those out, that's not going to help you. Up we go. Yeah, as you can see, you still need to clean up a lot of the early shells. Nope, not quite. Red Knight, welcome. Yeah, Red Knight, I hope you've been doing well. As you can see, we're back here on this one after having cleared all of Electrodude's newer levels that he was very busily making in recent weeks to give me a bit of a break. And thank you, I'm glad you enjoyed the title. I have not played Resident Evil Village at all. I did watch some streams with it, though, because a lot of people on my followed list had switched over to it for the launch weekend. It seemed like it was a particularly well-timed release for Mother's Day in the United States. Elsewhere, I know it's usually in the UK, Mother's Day is in March, but that didn't particularly help this time when it came to Resident Evil release schedules. And yeah, we've been doing pretty well here. Lots of interesting levels, lots of great clears. Some hard levels that we have not cleared, of course. King Brock, do horror games scare me? I don't really know, actually. I've never really played that many of them, so I don't have a lot of experience with that. Last time I played Resident Evil was way back in Resident Evil 4, so I've been away from it for quite a long time. I find that to the extent that I'm not playing Resident Evil 7 or 8, a lot of it is because of the switch to first person. I don't tend to do very well in first person. I'm one of those people who never really handled the transition from 2D to 3D games all that gracefully. I mean, you know, I'll do 3D Mario and Zelda and so on. And something like Metroid Prime I could manage, but not as well as I managed 2D Metroid. But even in the context of 3D spaces, which often lead to some very interesting, explorable layouts, I find that first person in particular is something I struggle with. And most of the first person games I've ever enjoyed are not really shooters in any conventional sense. Like if you're thinking of stuff like, you know, Metroid Prime has shooting, but it's not really about the shooting, right? Especially with how gentle things like the lock-on are. But, you know, thinking of games like Portal or... And we have quite a big party coming in from West Second Gaming. Let me just give you a shout-out. I hope everything has been going well on West Second Gaming's stream, where I believe it's been another Club Mario night with that fancy disco ball that he often has going. You came in just to see me wipe out again on a recurring piece of content on this stream that we've been grinding away at for quite a long time. The viewer queue is open, though, and fairly sparse right now because we're quite early in the stream for anybody who wants to join in. And so yeah, West Second Gaming, hope, West, that everything has been going well on your side. Thank you for the follow. And whoops. And King Brock, you say something about Shovel Knight suffering the same problem in Yooka-Laylee. If you're talking about the 3D Yooka-Laylee, I guess. I never played the 3D Yooka-Laylee, but I did enjoy the 2D one, Impossible Lair, very, very much. So yeah, thank you for the new follows, and yeah, I suppose West Second Gaming did the usual thing where before he raids me, he tells you all that I have this radio voice. So we know it's a raid from West because every time he brings in somebody new who comes in, and the first thing is say is something to the effect of, "Wow, this guy really does have a radio voice." And so, given that West tends to say that your expectations are very high, I'm glad you have not arrived to a wave of disappointment. And New Ultra Broad, somebody just yesterday was saying that they were asking me if I would ever consider doing ASMR, and I told them at the time, another Super Metroid remake? Yes, certainly. Anyway, always glad to see you here, West, and hope the clears have been going well on your side. Okay. I don't know, though, if the people who made another Metroid 2 remake might just have been a little bit spooked after Nintendo has already taken legal action against them once. Whoops. Okay, not quite making it to the midpoint. Did I ever beat Champions Road? Yes, West Second Gaming. We did that about 2 weeks ago, I think. We actually cleared it with all of the available characters. Once the first clear came down, the rest of them came in fairly quickly. Some more easily than others. There were some unforeseen complications along the way, but some of them went very efficiently. Toad actually went by far the best out of all of the characters in 3D World. Like, the Toad clear just went extremely smoothly. And a New Ultra Broad, yeah, don't worry about raiding and running. I mean, I do run at a time that is bedtime for a lot of people, especially if they are in Eastern North America and the Eastern time zone. Actually, it's just bedtime for a lot of people generally. But yeah, always happy to have some people drop by, even if it is just their way of winding down with some quasi-ASMR, if that's how they're taking it. And Wes, yeah, you were here when I was trying with Mario. In some ways, I would guess overall Mario is mechanically the most challenging in many respects, but of course there was also the initial learning curve of just re-establishing what my patterns were going to be for all of the characters. The character speed does make a difference. It does force you to adjust some of your patterns as you clear. But that's something that you just kind of take in stride as you go, and you know, kind of redeveloping all the horror methods from scratch is something that's going to make the level challenging for whichever character you play at first. But it's very true that there are a lot of things that are most challenging as Mario because he has the fewest crutches to work with. Okay. Best attempt in a while, let's focus. Let's not throw this too early. Electrodude, are you here? Because I know that Electrodude actually just skipped out briefly, thinking that I was unlikely to get it. I at least hope that I got this clear before Supernova did, because I know Supernova has been racing me to all of this stuff, and he's a very good shell player, so we got it. And Electrodude, I think, actually did skip out. So if somebody wants to go over to I Am the Supernova's stream and shout at him. He did kind of warn me that he would have to dip out, potentially, after submitting this, because he's seen me grind away at this thing for hours and hours, and I cannot believe that he skipped out just when we finally did it, but that's a lot of pressure off of us. So yeah, somebody head over there and bug them. We have a lot of crossover between our audiences, and I think Electrodude's levels were actually being featured there today, so... And Foundering, good to have you here. Foundering, for those who don't know, is a ragtime piano streamer who is fantastic to watch and listen to. Definitely one of my favorite streams on Twitch recently, and is also somebody who makes levels in Mario Maker, so... And Foundering, you came in just as we cleared this thing that had been dogging me for weeks and weeks. Like, this had been a level that had returned pretty much stream after stream, and we finally managed to nail it in a reasonable amount of time, so... That took some work. It's one of the hardest levels that I've actually managed to sit through to the end, given that I'm really, really not a Shell Kaizo player. Anyway, let us finally mark that as a win if I haven't done so already, and pull up the next in queue. Okay, King Brock. King Brock, new recipient of a gift sub today from the ever-generous Hyperion Smokestack. We're going to play the second in the series that we began from King Brock yesterday. Mail64, welcome. Okay, so The Legend of Bracada 1-2. The first one was also a fairly gentle one that was kind of in the 20% zone. And here we're going to continue with this one where we traverse the Brockagan Desert as we make our way to Bowser's Castle. So let's take a look. And yeah, Electrodude, I guess we sort of managed to sneak that in when you had just looked away, but, you know, thankfully we will have the VOD and you can clip it as you like, but I guess you did just barely miss out on the live experience. So yeah, I mean, I think it's very true of a lot of long grinds like that, that when you finally do get them, it's on a day that kind of feels optimistic and easy, and you don't get stuck for too long. Like, the clears, when they happen over a multi-day stretch, do tend to be clears that happen quite smoothly given the circumstances. So Electrodude, I guess next we'll just have to prepare to grind away at the Flaming Fortress of Fury, which is our next item of unfinished business from you, so... Anyway, really enjoying the decoration in this one so far, King Brock. It's kind of nice to get back into a traditional level for a change of pace after all that shellacking. Okay, let's... Yeah, sure, let's just whip the Pokey. Why not? Let's not try to shell jump our way up there. We needed to keep the Tanuki Leaf, in fact, to fly up there and then whip the door, and that was the obvious thing to do, and we just didn't do it. Got a little too distracted by, I guess, our shell-carrying PTSD from the previous level. Okay, this is going to be Jelly, Jelly Filled Donuts. Ahead. Okay, jelly-filled donuts ahead. Let's see what that's all about. Oh, okay, we're in jail, I see. Because this is just this elaborate trap that has been set up by Bowser. You know, the thing that makes that really work as a concept, in terms of being baited into grabbing all those jelly donuts, is the fact that King Brock has been foreshadowing this in my stream chat for days and days, where like every time King Brock says goodbye, he says something about how he's going to keep some jelly donuts in reserve, or run off to have some donuts. And so he's been kind of like preparing us to be baited by donuts for days and days and days. And we totally took that because we had no choice and just wanted to grab the clear, so... Thank you, King Brock. It is a very long con, yes. Okay, let's plug in sub next, which I think is actually just equivalent to the next in queue. It's going to be a Terminator who replaced his code just in time to send me Yoshi Must Die. I feel like I played something by that name before, but maybe that was a different level in one of your many long-running series, so let's take a look. And in the meantime, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything extremely critical in chat. And, yeah, just West Second Gaming bringing in so many people and then asking me about Champions Road. And, yeah, I don't think I missed anything too critical up ahead, so let's Oh, let's check this code first of all. Once again, confusing the 5 and the S. Whoops. Yeah, Terminator, we played this one already, actually. So you replaced the code at the last minute with something I saw. Why don't we go back to your original submission, Terminator, which is the one that was number 5. I don't know why you replaced that at the last minute. And thank you for the follow, Banghead. Mail64, are you asking if there's an API that can find a level from a code? So, back in Maker 1, when the bookmark site data was public, the Warp World bot was developed around the fact that you could scrape the website for level data depending on the code. With Maker 2, that's not how it works. With Maker 2, there is some kind of database and some kind of like OCR trickery that goes on that was developed when Warp World was kind of relaunched for Maker 2, where like when you submit a level, it's there's some kind of bot that scrapes the level and sort of OCRs the code and then enters it into the Warp World database. That's my understanding of how it works. I don't actually know what they did to make that work, but it was this tremendous effort to kind of create a hacky solution to Warp World that wouldn't rely on some kind of publicly available API data. You would have to ask a Jakku about that if you ever find Jakku, who is the Warp World developer and this crazy hacking talent. He's also the same person who developed the TaskSpot for the Nintendo Switch, if you've seen that demonstrated before. Anyway, that's enough staring at the title screen of Yoshi's P Balloon Spectacle, number 5. This one is going to be underwater, which is going to require us to help Yoshi find his friend at sea. She's big and yellow. I guess a P balloon is big and yellow. But maybe we're looking for something completely different. Antinode once again with one of the P balloon world records. And Banghead, if you really are 92 years old, I hope you have already gotten your vaccine weeks and weeks ago. Oh, Terminator. Okay, sorry about that. I totally missed what you said about Yoshi's Revenge. That's okay. I hope you don't mind me playing this one anyway, since this was your original submission. Although, if you want me to exit out Terminator and play the other one instead, we can check that. Just let me know what you would prefer. I just totally missed or misunderstood your message about that when I saw. Ah, okay, yeah, no, I hadn't played it. So, yeah, we can switch to it. Yeah, I see. You wanted to submit this code and you accidentally punched this one in instead. Okay. I completely misunderstood that, so thanks for catching that early, before I got too deep into the other one. Anyway, here's Yoshi's Revenge. The Yoshi population has dwindled, and those who remain plan to strike back. Okay. See how it goes. And yeah, Terminator, I just got totally distracted by answering the API question, and I misunderstood your message. Okay, no, we have to be quick. We have to outrun Yoshi. Between this and the P Balloon 4 level that we saw yesterday, Yoshi's really kind of had it out for us lately. Yoshi's not happy with the kind of mutual betrayal that's been going on between us in recent levels. As you can see, I'm not exactly landing dead center, trying to enter the door and really not getting it done. Okay, now we have to run. I don't know. Yeah, because Yoshi is going to drop the Munchron bomb and then we have to go. Right? And lead the target over here. Ah, okay, so we survive one room at a time until Yoshi decides to shoot. So we do need to keep Yoshi on screen, and Yoshi is going to be constrained by the one-way panels. If Yoshi is in the clown car constrained by the one-way panels, then he remains in a shooting position that allows me to get past the next gate. That's how this works. So we do need to stay close enough that we can lead him over, even once everything is released. And this will give me an opportunity as well to grab some power-ups along the way, which will be helpful. I think I would actually prefer the cape. Yeah, cape is much better for this, although... who knows? I guess maybe this was also tuned to accommodate the P-balloon, so... oh, lost control of that. That's okay. Let's get Yoshi over here. As long as we're through each gate by the time the next shot happens, we're gonna do okay. 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 Let's just try to maintain position until Yoshi gets us over. We don't actually need to kill everything, I don't think. As long as Yoshi gets the shot to get us through to the next room. The next GM, welcome. Whoops. That's a reading the chat death. I get so complacent about the opening screens. Oh, whoops. There we go. And yeah, thank you for the submission, next GM. Hopefully we get to you fairly soon. Okay, let's go Feather. Yeah, I just strongly prefer Feather for this, I think. Nope. So much for that. That's okay, we can still get some kills with the Goomba from time to time. Oh. Over we go. Luckily the mechas kind of take care of themselves as long as we're careful. Kind of want to hang on to this guy so we can get the next hit off of Wendy. And also just stay in position here before we spawn Morton in, just to avoid dealing with Morton. As long as we avoid the fire and the stun lock, not too concerned about him. Don't feel like I actually have to get the kill, so... I hope I don't have to get the kill. Sometimes with Terminator levels, there are some requirements that aren't always clear to me until much later. Okay, we just need to kick as many of these bombs over as possible. I should actually be doing spin jumps. Space everything out. Okay, come on, bomb this way. Okay. Nope. Really have to watch the bomb timing sometimes. Nope, let's get out of here. Okay, Yoshi's up here, and we're going to be constrained a bit as we get into this checkpoint. This looks like... whoa. A fire dodging fight, and that's going to be one big awe as we fall into the abyss. And yeah, Terminator, even from the first Yoshi level that you had shown me right before this one, the Yoshi Must Die one, there was definitely a bit of continuity there in terms of what you were doing to play around with various Super Mario World mechanics. So yeah, I mean, I guess we just kind of hang around here and not get shot. If Yoshi keeps getting bumped in a lower position, I'm not too worried about getting zapped here. We just need to stay in a safe zone, either above or below the line. Whoop, below the line. Need to react quickly sometimes. But as long as we just wait. I think the wait here can be a little bit long, considering how inactive I can be for long periods of time in a safe position. I don't know if there's a good solution for that, just given how the positioning of the clown car can be. Now, I don't know if I could get to safety there. That particular pattern seemed a little bit difficult to work with, given the Potawoo placement. So yeah, there's not that much I can do to lead Yoshi as a target, given that the bumper is going to maneuver him all over the place. But we'll just try to get into a safe position every time and not get shot. And yeah, clown cars really are just RNG central. That's why they're so often used as a randomizer mechanic. Same with the POW and coin drop, of course, but you know, you can't always do a POW when it might affect everything else on screen. But just coin drops in general, yeah. Okay, we're going to have a clear line of attack here from the bomb, and the bomb is going to open up the staircase as well as block Yoshi's shooting. If you can get a nice shot here. I think there is quite a bit of waiting here, though, where you know, you do kind of have to wait for the RNG to do something favorable for you, and so it doesn't feel like I have a great deal of control over what's going on here, I guess. Because it is just a matter of, you know, staying alive long enough to avoid disaster, like that was totally avoidable. Probot Yamming, you were just thinking about this guy. I don't know if you were thinking about Terminator or thinking about the Yoshi or the Bomb, but whichever one this reminded you of, well, I guess. What a timely coincidence. And, oh, you were just thinking of me. Okay, well, thank you. I'm sure it was something, I don't know, at least neutral, if not positive. But I'll take it either way. And yeah, this is a fairly regular viewer level time for me. At least it has been recently, so... Glad you can find me unreliably. The queue is still wide open since we are fairly early in the stream. And that's also because the thing that was the biggest threat when it came to a very long grind actually did get done very quickly, which is unusual for me. Anyway, that's going to be a big no-no from Yoshi here. I don't know why. So are we supposed to kill him? Yeah, of course we're supposed to kill him. Nah, he's going to come over with us, and I'll even ride him across. Okay, thank you for that, Terminator. I do think that the fight at the end is a little bit waiting-oriented, especially because you're dealing with a couple of moving parts that are out of your control. Not only the clown cars, but the number of columns that you have to shoot through before you have to hit something that is a moving target. I mean, the idea is not bad. I just think the tuning allows the player to be a bit passive for too long, and sometimes you can still get trapped in positions that are very difficult to get out of without much planning in advance. But other than that, good concept. I know that it was kind of a developmental concept on your way to doing a full Yoshi P-Balloon series, so thank you for that. And thank you for the GGs. The 50 coin was a Kaiser trap, I see. Oh, that's it's supposed to dunk you if you try to jump up there with Yoshi, hence the no at the bottom. Okay, I guess we didn't get fooled. I guess we didn't get fooled and you got away with a like stamped on your level. Aegis Cook, thank you for checking in preemptively with a GG. And we'll punch this one in right away. Next GM, you said you'd get revenge and send in a level where you send several Yoshis down into pits. Yeah, as I've been saying, it's kind of interesting that everybody was apparently either so traumatized or so excited by the concept of dropping Yoshi off of Cheese Bridge back in Super Mario World that apparently when everybody got their hands on Mario Maker, the first thing they thought about was just killing Yoshi. Because a lot of people independently seem to have wanted to live out that fantasy all their lives. Well, I hope you got what you wanted. Here's a draft of Star Summit 3. As I always say, Aegis and everybody else here, absolutely willing to take a beta test on this stream. Let's see how it looks. Okay. Bounce, bounce, bounce. And we're going to be not too threatened by the Twister here. The coins are actually kind of a nice indication that that's going to be safe and that you can afford to bob up and down without doing that to yourself. Here, not so safe. Getting ahead of the auto-scroll a bit, I guess. Since I felt like that when I got on top of that segment, I had to start committing. But that's okay, that's avoidable if I just let things scroll in for a little bit longer. Or, you know, not lose the mushroom earlier. Of course, 10 coin being a bit of a bonus is always going to be a bit of a threat when we fall inaccurately into the middle like that. I really should have fallen into the first Twister and bobbed up to the second one. Okay, timing felt gentler that time. The scroll does pick up slightly, so let's not dawdle for too long. I like that 50 coin placement, which is not to say that I'll actually do anything with it successfully. Let's not miss the checkpoint. I don't mind the concept of missable checkpoints at all when it comes to a level that's around this difficulty. You know, where there's a little bit of tension as you have to work your way towards it. And here we go. And yeah, Red and I don't know what you're finding particularly shocking, but I'm sure it's something interesting. Did I miss a power-up in that segment there? Maybe. I'll check next time. You know, I can always just spin jump. If I want to be fancy about this, except, of course, I did a spin jump and that bobbed up from the bottom and hit me, so let's maybe not try that. I'm very excited about that possibility. But certain timings will not work out so well with that. Okay. Nope, no mushroom here. Let's try to bob here accurately, and nope, bad exit timing. It felt like I was completely too late that time, given that the Koopa was still going up, but the scroll boundary was about to get me, so that was probably going to be death anyway. Probot Gaming is making something based on Mang levels. So I wonder if it's going to be Thwomp momentum or sideways spring and bumper momentum, but there definitely are a couple of things that make a Mang level very Mangy. And next gem, you're making a train level. Yeah, definitely a very storied subgenre within Mario Maker. People making all kinds of train robberies and train hijackings. And I totally see the appeal of doing that. We've seen some really good train concepts here in the past. Okay, let's try this out. So yeah, very tempting to just get bounces all the way, and as you can see, even when it's near the top of the twister, that is still a risk, so maybe I just shouldn't try that at all. It is so tempting, though. But I don't have enough fluency with the twister timing to be messing around with that too much. And let's not get trapped for too long either. I do want to get into the central position in the auto-scroll as soon as I can. So yeah, Probot Gaming, looking forward to whatever you've sent me here. Okay, nothing up there. You know that. Much better position this time to get on top of the off-screen twister. I do like the look of the Piranha Plant seemingly just blowing off steam here. like as a kind of synchronized animation and position, that actually works out quite nicely. You know, I think even for players who are very experienced with twisters and have a systematic understanding of how their movement patterns are going to work, they do still feel very difficult to play with. In the same way that, you know, something like Desert Wind is very immediately understandable, like you can predict the timings and directions and just understand them completely, but when it comes to actually playing through them in the heat of the moment, disasters happen everywhere. Okay. And yeah, Probot, I guess you're putting together some kind of super world where you'll have an SMB3 style hammer segment. That's might just be the kind of experience we're in for. But who knows? We'll find out. Yeah, I feel like a post-checkpoint mushroom is not really a bad idea, given that you have a lot of question blocks here to potentially adjust anyway. Partly because I think I'm not going to be the only one who tries to spin jump these, for sure. And if a player is going to discover that the hard way, as they inevitably will, I think a bit of a buffer could be useful. I know that, you know, you probably don't want people to just cheese it with a damage boost, and that's why you might be reluctant to be too generous here. Because, you know, the very nature of this obstacle does make it easily handled with a damage boost. Okay, we can probably do better with this. Yeah, sometimes I'm not quite predicting when these spike balls are going to go from a lower to an upper position. But again, I think I can clear the height of all these spike balls every time. It's just a matter of doing it and not getting squashed. And yeah, Probot Super World is a pretty dramatic undertaking. I mean, sometimes I do see people do their uploads all at once, and if you see their most recent level before that, it's from months and months and months ago. Because they just work in secret on the Super World the whole time. And I'm kind of glad that the game is in a place where, you know, the Super World concept has only been around for about a year now, so the last patch was in April 2020. And so people who have been taking their time to craft something within that system are still very actively finishing and releasing their stuff, and you know, we still have enough activity in this game that that stuff gets played. It's kind of interesting you say that you were burnt out of making castle levels. I haven't come close to making a super world because I'm an extremely slow maker and I haven't published anything in a long time now. I don't know if I'll make a super world simply because I'm just much too slow as a maker, but the other thing too is that a lot of the things I work on kind of end up being castle-like concepts, in that, you know, I find it very difficult to resist putting in a boss. And so just having a better ratio of, you know, non-boss platforming levels would be the challenge for me, in terms of filling in a world with good, solid platforming concepts. It's quite possible that I just like my boss fights better than most in this game. Okay, finally got safely out of there. Let's get in position here once again. Yeah, coin placement is be honest to the player here. Oh, whoops. Just a bad bounce. And yeah, Probot, I mean, if you're trying to snag the costumes for the various maker medals, might as well have a plan in mind for it. I mean, I don't tend to think too hard about that stuff. I think in general, you know, it's nice to have things like the maker medals, but I think most of you folks here know that if it's a choice between medals and just making levels that you're happy with, you'd rather make levels you're happy with at the pace that you desire. But yeah, Mail64, as you were saying, you know, I think a lot of people don't make their Super Worlds sequentially, and they might upload them sequentially, but I think it's relatively rare for people to actually do them in order. I mean, that's just begging to have to revise something afterwards and redo a few sections as the whole Super World evolves as a concept. Nope, once again, just slipping off as I'm attempting to get in position to bounce over to the right. Whoop. Yeah, once again, I just need to go faster. If I go quickly, then I don't have the issue with the Twister lifting them up to a high position, because when the spike balls initially fall, which is going to be something that's timed consistently by the auto-scroll, they're going to start with a lower bounce anyway, so there is a strong incentive to go fast. The pattern is always going to be consistent just because of the fact that the auto-scroll timing controls all the spawn timings. And given that that's when the spike balls are going to spawn in, you know that the best and safest time to get over them is as soon as possible. As long as you can see your landing location, so. If we just go fast, look at that, it's much safer as long as I'm actually paying attention. Probot Gaming, I've lately seen that a lot of people who do complete big Super World projects, since they've put in that much work anyway, a lot of them have cut really good trailers for them. I mean, I'm not the kind of player who's getting pulled in by the trailers because I tend to just, you know, get a lot of codes by way of word of mouth or by being acquainted with makers already. But if you're trying to pull in randoms off Reddit or something, I think that it does make a difference when it comes to, you know, at least coming off as the kind of person who works so hard on the Super World that you're also going to make a trailer for it. And also just giving people some sense of what to expect that isn't just going to depend upon first impressions from whatever you've put in from your 1-1. Okay, let's go relatively fast. Nope, not that fast. And yeah, next GM, we recently played Aegis's latest traditional world. He actually had it on a separate account, I think, because he already had a Super World done originally. It was a pretty good experience. I had a very interesting gimmick for the final boss. But also some really interesting aesthetic designs throughout, so. As Aegis was saying earlier, that was something that is being revised and re-uploaded. And Mail64, if you don't have something like a capture card, you can at least use the Switch's capture button. I mean, you're only going to get like 30 FPS off of that. But if you're doing like a supercut of various levels anyway, and you need some way to get source video, the capture button will at least give you segments of up to 30 seconds. And so it's not absolutely imperative to have the capture card for that. There are definitely other ways. I mean, before I ever got a capture card, I was often just using screenshots to, you know, post some relatively appealing looking promotional content for individual levels I was making, at least early on in the life of this game. But yeah, next GM, if you find some way to keep in communication with Aegis Cook, like if Aegis doesn't want to show you the code right now until the re-upload comes up, hopefully you can get in touch some other way and have that code for when it's ready. We also do have a Discord server for this Twitch channel. That's if people need to keep up with each other somehow off stream. That's one way to do it. Totally understand though if some of you are in way too many stream Discords already and find that a bit unmanageable. I'll punch that in just in case. Oh, whoops. Yeah, Aegis Cook, sorry about the link blockage. Let me see if I can permit you quickly. Hopefully this actually works. See if you can repeat that message without Nightbot deciding to give you a smack. We do have spam problems on the stream sometimes, and that kind of aggressive approach to linkage is pretty much all we can do to take care of that, so. Okay. But yeah, I do enjoy that trailer. Okay. I'm still here, okay. I didn't realize I'd spent so long on getting this segment down, but we'll get it soon, I'm sure. Yeah, slightly worried about the dip over the spike ball here. That's been getting me into some trouble as I try to position myself off the first twister, but we did that finally. And yeah, we just kind of need to stay in a central column. Like I've been saying, twisters are something controllable if you just kind of keep your cool and watch the pattern, but often with a lot of moving elements, it can be easy to panic and not do it correctly, so. Thank you for that. I know it's just a draft level that you'll want to make some adjustments, but hopefully that's a useful playtest. Let's mark that as a win. Yeah, in my experience, from seeing a couple of people here have levels that they post on Reddit and which are actually like the top post on Reddit for today, I think anybody who's done that can kind of attest that usually Reddit posts don't actually convert to very many plays. Like, even if you get several hundred upvotes or something because somebody likes your footage, the audience they pull in is kind of surprisingly bad, that a lot of people just kind of, lazily upvote content that they have no intention of playing. That's been my experience and the experience of a lot of makers who have submitted here anyway. I don't know if that's always the case. Obviously, some people have found some traction from posting particularly interesting trailers or other content. Terminator, did I forget to clear you from the queue earlier? I think I actually didn't mark you as a win, because we just beat your level before this one, so. Sorry about that, I think I just didn't mark that. Unless I missed something, let's... Oh, you re-entered it, okay. Yeah, I guess you actually were the next sub. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we usually don't do repeats this quickly, but since I pulled you up, it's only fair. And next GM, you had a small YouTuber play your world, so you got more from him than from Reddit. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how different parts of the community kind of have a different sense of engagement sometimes, I think. That's... like, very often I find that, you know, people who just hang out on fewer level streams like this one sometimes can just get a lot of plays from other people who are watching the stream, because we're all kind of makers here, and when we see something appealing, like, a lot of people will want to give that a try. Okay, let's see how this goes. It's going to be Terminator's 2nd level today. It's going to be part 5 of the P-Balloon series. We took a bit of an initial look at this one earlier before we changed which level we were doing. But yeah, there's going to be, of course, a bit of drag on everything from water, but the idea will be to just hit targets accurately, I think. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, that's correct. That hits. This hits. Okay, comparatively relaxed relative to some of the other stuff we've seen recently. I don't know if Yoshi was supposed to live at this point, but maybe not. It seemed like he was supposed to get dumped. Whoops. Nope, supposed to grab the star, otherwise I'm just going to be too slow. Yeah. And I also won't survive the thwomp. Luckily, I can get back here at no cost. I think this is going to be fine. Yoshi's long gone, though. I don't know if that matters. Feels like it does matter, given that the point of these levels is to keep Yoshi alive so he can run over to the key, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, at some point we just missed one particular timing that we were supposed to do to get Yoshi over to the next segment, I think. And yeah, Aegis Cook, I think that's definitely true. That your trailer was something I did see shared on some Discords even after I played the world myself. And that's a nice, easy way to package a recommendation if you do get a word-of-mouth recommendation from other people who like your content. And once again, as I was saying, it also shows that you're the kind of person who puts enough effort into the Super World itself that you'll also do the marketing for it, right? So yeah, I see now what's supposed to happen with the thwomp carrying Yoshi all the way across. We did not see that interaction previously. So now we just kill the thwomps to make sure Yoshi gets across. I don't know if we've kind of outrun him here. And there we go. Yeah, now I see how that was supposed to work. It's actually very fancy when you do see it, I hope. Okay. That's fine, this is just a P-Balloon check to make sure you're not cheesing it. And it looks like we have a bunch of fish-like coin objects here. This, I believe, is just going to be another big fish bonus room. We need to tap a switch eventually. Yeah, Terminator, it's been kind of interesting that you've been finishing all of these P-Balloon levels with some kind of giant bonus, which is just kind of there to distract people who are going for world record, but also, I guess, shower you with tons and tons of coins for its own sake. But it's sort of interesting that it's like every single one of these levels has this easy coda to it, which we really don't see that often. Like, I don't know if I have an opinion either way about that idea when it comes to pacing, but if people like collecting shinies, more power to them. Okay, that's going to be a win. Let's take a look at next. And next GM... oh, okay, so you're saying that next GM World already has a trailer. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like I said, here I normally just get codes via viewer submissions or via word of mouth anyway. But it's nice to have something packageable to share to forward a recommendation onto somebody else. Terminator says, too many hard levels that don't allow you to enjoy the P-Balloon. I noticed that you strategically made that comment while Nugu Kaz is not hanging around for once today. And to smack us with all kind of P-Balloon precision. Red Knight, let's see how this is going to go. Try the newest or the one below. Yeah, I really enjoyed this one. We didn't clear it. I can do something new for a change, and eventually I will want to go back to finish this one, though, because I felt like I did get very far. But we might as well see some new content. And yeah, sometimes I do like a bit of an unfinished business mop-up stream for levels that have been taking me longer. And of course, you're quite welcome to resubmit this at another time as well. But let's take a look at the newest one just as a change of pace. Jumping on shells and throwing some springs, inspired by D-Money. We had somebody a few weeks ago submit me a few levels from D-Money's world, and that was a pretty fun set itself. So, reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Wait a minute, so you bump this. Oh, and then you jump and you just continue bouncing, right? But eventually you have to throw the spring, okay. Just want to do the initial read here. Yeah, you need to bounce. It's not quite going to be a full jump. You do need to control that a little bit. And then you have a couple of bounces over each of the successive Koopas. But if you aim squarely at the markers, whoops, let's not throw like that, then the timing should sort itself out. We'll practice anyway. I failed that, but we'll practice. This triggers the on-off somehow. Whoops, no up throw in this style, obviously. Okay, we're gonna be spike ball, and then we bounce on top of this. Unless... no, that's gonna be a bounce, I think. I'm looking at this track marker here and thinking, like, is it telling me to soft drop? Is it telling me to do something else? But we'll learn this as we go. Thank you for the submission, Banghead. Looking forward to it, whatever it is. Oh, that's pretty satisfying, actually, that you stay on that column, you bump the shell, and you actually do get that secondary bounce off of it. Very stylish. It does throw me off a little bit when it comes to momentum, because I can be caught off guard by that, but it's actually something that feels surprisingly safe when you see it in action and feel it in hands. Need to bump it a little bit better than that, though. Just need to stay on the central column. Okay. Okay, looks like I just lost too much horizontal momentum getting out of that particular shell bounce. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I do need a little bit of left to right momentum going into that lower shell. That was a little unclear to me, but I think I can make the right adjustment to make that happen, depending on how I fall down here. No, not quite. Yeah, I was hoping to fall into that shell, and maybe I actually just need to kick it a little further to the right, in fact. But we'll see. That's definitely going to require a bit of adjustment. I feel like dropping dead center on top of that shell is not going to work when it comes to having enough forward momentum to proceed. So, yeah, obviously that time I clipped on the corner anyway. Nope. have to wonder what this spring is for, but I guess we'll find that out much later, and until then we'll be kept in suspense. Ah, I see. I actually did kick the shell that time, but looked right through it, so might need to rethink that a little bit. But we'll go back and see if we can do anything a bit differently there. Yeah, as you can see, when you tap it in a corner like that, the spiny just bounces to the right, and I don't know if I trust that. Okay, no, I am landing too directly on top of it. I should be a little further on the left so I get the deflection, right? I'm not exactly clear on that, but yeah, because it feels like I'm supposed to catch the spiny under rebound. Like that I cut through it, but the bounce back from the muncher saves me here. Yeah, that looks like it's pointing to the right, possibly because it's a throw. I'm trying to read that accurately because I mean, the thing about the ground condition though is that I can't actually land on the spring, though, can I? But oh wait, no, let's test this. Let's test this. I actually don't remember this. Let me yeah, you can't actually land on a spring. I didn't think so. So it's not like it's going to be a spring toss that you bounce on top of. To the extent that we use the spring, it's going to be something that will eventually bounce an enemy, not myself. Okay. Yeah, once again, landing too far to the right, in fact. I do need to hit the shell a little further to the left edge. I'm trying to aim for the left edge, but I find that instinctively, like I often say, I do have trouble reading markers, and so I instinctively adjust to land on the elements themselves instead. And for something like a jump that is supposed to land on the edge of a particular enemy, my instincts aren't a particularly good fit for what I have to do, so. Okay, on the marker. There we go. Right, if I land on a shell accurately, I should be able to get a second bounce on it. Let me see, though, because I may be misunderstanding the marker there when it comes to whether I need to perhaps do a throw. And no, I have not played Next GM's World yet. Yeah, Next GM, if you're kind of trawling Twitch for communities, certainly hope you get some enjoyment out of this one. But yeah, Mario Maker on Twitch is just a fantastic experience. I find a very diverse experience when it comes to the different styles of playtesting and a different kind of design values you can encounter. So depending on your level construction style, you'll definitely find some streamers that are warmer to you than others, depending on their own tastes and strengths and weaknesses, but in general, let's not miss that. Ah, I see. I think I'm supposed to throw because then the spring is going to bounce the big shell up and then I jump in a big shell. I think maybe that's the implication there. I'll see, because I wasn't quite sure what to do with that track marker, whether it was already signaling a throw or not, but it looks like it actually is. And we'll have to see if that's actually going to be the case. But it sort of looks like I'm supposed to catch the big buzzy shell in a much higher position, and then that would be the way to make that happen. Yeah, as you can see, that's exactly the interaction. You toss, the spring does hit that in time, and I just didn't quite make that jump, but that's clearly the interaction. It's kind of nice to have a solution like that, where when you see it, you immediately know it's right. Where there's just this tremendous clarity that happens right away. Throwing a bit early, I think, is okay, as long as we just go under the saw blade. Like, the timing is going to be the same either way, depending on the spawn timing of Big Shell. There we go. I need to go a little further, of course, and then I'll be heading horizontally into the box to grab the next spring. That's going to be what happens. Whoops, a little bit low. Once a streamer you were watching said they loved the 3D World speedrun levels, and then you proved them wrong, so I guess, Probot, you got a moral victory out of that. Too bad to cost you a boo, but that's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, a lot of streams definitely kind of have their own culture when it comes to what people are willing to play and what they're actually going to enjoy. Neil64, I think you'll find with time that a lot of interactions with viewer levels do feel like comedy skits in the long run. Okay, I'm cutting too much momentum there. I'm actually kind of pulling back a little bit going into the shell, and I should not be doing that. I need full momentum off that shell bounce. The thing that's conditioning me to pull back a bit is that a lot of the earlier jumps do require you to not crank all the way forward when it comes to your horizontal position. Like, I pulled back a lot in this level, and so when it came to the big shell, that was also my instinct, and the instinct was clearly wrong. The right arrow actually kind of implies that I should be cranking all the way to the right. And that's one thing I should keep in mind, because I had not really paid attention to what the right arrow was telling me to do previously. But yeah, it's telling me to do that, and also, yeah, I need to cut my landing here a bit because of the semi-solid placement. And then I continue from there, so. In fact, I would say that horizontally, you need to pull back on almost every jump except for that one on a big shell, so. And yeah, still cutting too much momentum. Yeah, I think the thing about the hold right is simply because so much of this level conditions you to be in the habit of pulling back. That's... I mean, I know you are trying to signal that with the right arrow, but when you're seeing that for the first time, especially, or when you haven't done it successfully before, it's very difficult to take that right arrow seriously as a sign of anything, because you look at that and you're thinking, okay, of course you're going right. What could possibly be confusing about this? But at least it's one of those where when you fail to make that, the adjustment is fairly clear. Like, it becomes clear very quickly that holding right is the thing you're supposed to do. And then, of course, immediately after that, you have to pull back to not get caught by the next semi-solid. Nope. Let's be careful here. Terminator, do I play any instruments? Yes. I actually play piano fairly seriously. I used to play clarinet, but I haven't in a long time. So I don't really claim to play clarinet anymore. I'm just much too rusty. But yeah, no, I actually do play piano very seriously. I haven't streamed it before. It's possible I should consider it, especially now that I've started meeting so many people who actually do piano streams on Twitch. Some of them very, very good. Including some who dropped by earlier in the stream, in fact, to say hello. Like, I've been recently watching more and more piano streamers who are legitimately, like, people who are worth learning from, you know, even at a very advanced level. Terminator, if you want to drop that into Discord, you're perfectly welcome to. Or PM me or something, like, whichever way you're comfortable sharing. Yeah, need to pull back a bit on that spiny. At least we didn't get caught by the semi-solid that time. Mail64, there is no reward for Quick Jam because currently my streaming setup is in a totally different room from my keyboard. And I used to have a really nice recording setup. The last time that was, you know, living with a real piano where I was doing a lot of home recording in my own studio. I haven't had that recently because I'm not quite living in the same kind of space anymore. In fact, I'm not really set up to do music stuff as much as I once was. No, I'm supposed to just carry the POW and then continue jumping. Obviously, I'm not supposed to land. I should once again take the right arrows a little more seriously. It's very easy for the things like the right arrows to just kind of blend in as background decoration instead of actually taking them seriously as symbols for what to do, but... Yeah, Red Eye, at some point, if I properly get set up to do something like a music stream, that would be kind of interesting as a bit of a milestone treat, perhaps. Like if we reach a certain number of followers or something, or really just if I find a good opportunity to get audio set up and have everything presented nicely. So. What's my usual schedule on Twitch? My usual schedule on Twitch is totally unreasonable. Let me just punch that in. Lately, we've been getting up to about 5 streams a week. You know, usually 2 to 4 of them would be Mario Maker. This and the same time block yesterday, so Friday to Saturday and Saturday to Sunday are my regular viewer level times. And we tend to run fairly late, like I usually run for about a 4-hour chunk at least, depending on how hard the levels are. But then when I say that I do bonus streams, those are usually Mario Maker content that's kind of in a more curated context, like doing levels that take a bit too long for viewer levels, usually. And yeah, next GM, glad to know that you could potentially make this time slot on a regular basis. Thank you for the follow. I'm trying to find some kind of streaming time that will be a little bit more cooperative for people who actually need to go to bed at a reasonable time in NA. But I haven't really been able to set up a good time for that yet. I mean, that's something to adjust to in the weeks ahead, especially because lots of people's schedules will be changing anyway as we steadily escape the pandemic. Yeah, we need to drop and immediately drop down to follow the right arrow down to the marker that tells me where the big spiny shell is going to go. And the next thing to watch out for after releasing the spring is the POW pickup. Yeah, Red Knight, lots of fun with this one so far. Obviously, you know, there's sometimes a bit of a quick reaction to some of the markers that I am not quite nailing, but we're learning it as we go, so. And it's quite nice sometimes to just have a sequence of jumps that you do blindly for the first time. Now, that time I was too slow to get to the POW, and I don't quite know what I should be optimizing there to make sure that doesn't happen. We might have to see it a few times to see whether I'm just stalling too much on certain jumps, such that the POW is activating before I can get to it. Dropping, rather, before I can get to it. Yeah, Mail64, I guess I do run at a reasonable time for Hawaii. And I was just thinking, like, weren't we saying something about Hawaii on the stream yesterday? Why was that? And I realized it was because there was some kind of debate here about pineapple on pizza. Yeah, you just cook. I don't think I actually knew about the Super World Discord that you're describing. I've seen some really good Super Worlds on the stream, though. And it would be nice to share those with people who are into that kind of pacing and structure. Especially people who are very aesthetically minded traditional players. Because considering how popular that is as a form, especially in places like Reddit, and especially for people who are new to Mario Maker, it's kind of true that its presence on Twitch tends to be out of scale with that. And that's, you know, people are much fonder of things like traditional Super Worlds than you would think from watching Twitch. Simply because they get much less airplay. And yeah, Terminator, thanks for sending me that. I'll check that later. After the stream. But a message received. Whoops. And Red Knight, let me just check how long I've been on this. I do want to continue with it, but let me just see for the sake of time management. Okay, no, we've only been on this for like less than 20 minutes. We can continue, especially because we had some shorter submissions earlier. And I am enjoying learning this as I go. I feel like there's lots of progress that can still be made on this series of attempts. Nope. Yeah, still thinking ahead to that POW drop later in terms of trying to think about what I can do to cut a few jump heights to get to it more reliably. I mean, the thing is, I think the POW drop itself, like, I haven't actually taken a careful look at what triggers it yet, and what positionally I need to keep in mind when it comes to how to synchronize myself to drop, especially because that's partly affected by my trampoline throw as well, that the trampoline throw has something to do with landing in a position that's able to sustain the POW. And so, yeah, a lot of that stuff we'll need to think about when I actually get there. I don't know how I failed the clear condition there. I must have clipped some corner. The massive block of clear condition text is kind of a mini boss in itself. And yeah, Terminator mode, I've had people say that before, for sure. And not just people who make music levels, but people who make all kinds of levels that... Like, there's a pretty decent crossover of people who work on music and people who make Mario levels, even if they're not music levels. And a lot of it is that sense of, you know, testing and iterating and tweaking and thinking about what works and thinking ahead to audience considerations sometimes, but really also just, you know, getting into that flow of taking pleasure in revising. So that particular connection, I think, is not surprising. It's for the same reason that musicians, for instance, are very highly represented among programmers. Like, it's a lot of that shared mentality, and oh, no, I was so surprised to actually make that for once. I just drew to POW prematurely because I wasn't watching where I was going with the mole. That is a new record, though, in terms of how far we got in the level. Things were going quickly enough that it was a matter of just trying to read ahead and think, okay, where's the next landing? Where's the next landing? And when I bounced up towards the moles, I just was not reading that quickly enough. And yeah, the next GM30, the nice thing about connecting with a lot of the other Mario makers on Twitch, particularly some of the ones who submit to this channel, is that some people's technical knowledge is very, very advanced around here, and so you'll be able to pick up a ton of new tricks as you go. And there we go. And And certainly no problem with being very new to Mario Maker as well. I think it's kind of nice to, you know, get connected with the social side of the Mario Maker experience as soon as you can. I think people stay engaged with the game for much longer when they do that, in terms of finding good content to play themselves, as well as finding a lot of inspiration for their own creations. I think the people who are much more dependent on queuing using Nintendo's own internal tools, like endless mode and the top lists and the search function and things like that, are much likelier to just kind of lose interest in the game or burn out. Whereas some of the people who have kind of been here on the community side and who really interact with Mario Maker on Twitch, like, you'll find that a lot of them are here for the long haul, and that the sort of interactive experience of sharing levels and seeing other people's levels is what keeps them interested in the game. So, wrong way on this row. The throw needs to land accurately against those one-way panels in order to sustain the POW in a position that will allow me to pick it up. And yeah, lots of people who came into this game didn't play Maker 1 either. I mean, that's true of most things on the Switch, really. And yeah, Probot, congratulations on doing that well in Endless. And yeah, definitely there are a lot of people who enjoy Endless a lot as well. You can see that sometimes on Twitch. There are definitely a lot of streamers, especially as streamers become bigger in viewership, that actually much prefer to play Endless instead of viewer levels, which is not something I share simply because I receive a pretty good selection on this stream, and you know, I'd certainly never choose to play Endless over playing the levels that people send me here, because I get good stuff, and that's not true for everybody. Some streamers definitely put up with quite a lot of garbage that's chucked their way. Yeah, Mill64, last I checked, the newest figures for Maker 2 puts the player base at something like 7 million. It's actually not as much of a boost on the first game as people might have expected, because Mario Maker on Wii U was actually very successful for something that came out that late on Wii U. It had about 5 million makers, I think, and a pretty long tail in terms of people who kept taking up interest in the game even as you got into like 2017 and Wii U's were generally phased out or unavailable to make room for the Switch. Like, I heard from a surprising number of people who picked up the Wii U very late specifically for Mario Maker. Here we go. Okay. Nope, lost too much momentum on the spiny there. And yeah, Pro Gaming, good luck with the rest of that medal hunt. Oh, MAFK actually played an earlier version. Yeah, MAFK is a much more technically refined player than I am, from what I've seen. Just much more experienced with some of the advanced elements of the game when it comes to item handling and momentum control. And hey, Reebok64, welcome. Reeboks, hope it's been going well. I know you've been doing a lot of darker side runs in Odyssey lately. I don't know if that's still true today, but hopefully you've been getting those times under control. Okay, Red Knight, I really hope I can get at least one very solid attempt in. I'm going to check the state of the queue in just a bit, though, to see how we're doing. And I may be closing submissions relatively soon, so people who are not already queued, do consider this last call. I will definitely be closing by the time I bail on this level whether I clear it or not. So let me just check the current list, in fact. Yeah, not the most massive list in the world, but long enough that I'll want to close soon, so I have a reasonable chance of getting through everybody who's able to wait. So thank you to the patience of all who are waiting on stream. I know I've been taking my time on this one to make up for some of the shorter clears earlier, but it is a very enjoyable experience, so we want to take advantage of the fact that we had made at least one really deep run. Oh, still clipping that corner. You got a solid Darker Side personal best the other day. So Reebok64, like I mean, I don't really keep up with Odyssey records too much, but so in terms of time, like how fast is that really? Because I don't have a good sense of scale for it. Whoops, wasn't supposed to throw that early. Yeah, the thing is that people who had experience in Maker 1 will tell you that, you know, the community for that game remains pretty active in terms of the discoveries that were being made, the amount of new design ideas that were still coming in, still years after the game had already been out. There were new discoveries being made all the way into 2019, and as Mario Maker 2 was being announced, and given the somewhat expanded player base for this game, I think it's in similarly good shape when it comes to its long-term potential. I will say that one thing I have commented on in the past is that it did seem like Mario Maker 2 in some ways got a bit saturated early, and that people already kind of knew what sort of levels or communities they wanted to be a part of, and so some things felt a little bit splintered going into this game, and much less experimental relative to the environment surrounding the launch of Maker 1. Like, it was much less of a Wild West, for better or for worse. And that a lot of people kind of already knew what they liked or were looking for. And yeah, I missed the bookmark site like crazy. I mean, the bookmark site was really one of the main reasons I managed to get back into Maker 1 in its very late stages and actually discover what had happened to that game in the period when I was absent from it. I think Maker 2 is such a huge scene that it's much more difficult for lapsed or new players to know what they should be catching up on. Okay, I'm going to try to get one more solid run in at Red Knight, and then I'll probably hold this for some further attempts. And then I will probably close the queue directly after that, so. What about Gaming? You've never actually even seen a Wii U in real life, yeah? It's an underrated system. I mean, there were definitely problems with it. But I had a very good time with the Wii U. Many, many fond memories. And I think as platformer players in particular, it's had one of the best libraries in a very long time. It was an absolute treat for platformer players. It's just that for people who are not platformer players, maybe it was much less interesting. Nope. Yeah, just kind of a bad arc after the POW. I think that's a good point at which to snap a like on it, and yeah, Red Knight, I'm perfectly willing to continue with it, as well as that previous level I hadn't finished at some point. I've been having a lot of fun with this. As I said, some things a little bit difficult to absorb on first reading simply because of how quickly things go and how I'm always kind of searching for the next target or searching for the next falling arc. But the interaction itself is very solid. And yeah, I guess I tanked that clear rate. Absolutely tanked it, but of course you had very few plays on this brand new upload so far, so congratulations to Churs GC for having scored a first clear and world record, which is only 22 seconds. We must have been really close. If it's 22 seconds, I must have been quite close to the end. That's okay. We'll get it. We just won't get it this sitting. So, let's mark that out as a loss for now. And as I said, I will be closing in just a moment. We'll be checking for subs. I don't think there are any more subs. Yeah, okay. So we'll just punch in the next one here, and once I am finished entering the code, I will be hitting close. So, for those of you new here, I don't like to formally promise it, but we do actually have a pattern of getting through everybody who is queued, so if you're patient enough to stick around, you will get played. I mean, emergencies can happen, so I'm always reluctant to promise that, but we pretty much always manage to make it work. So, L64, thank you for checking in. Here's Iggy's Hidden Armada Rising. Seems like it's going to be a follow-up to the other Iggy Armada level, unless it's I don't think I'm getting it confused. I was trying to think about like whether it's a revision of the Iggy airship level you'd sent previously or a sequel, because I actually just didn't remember the title. Anyway, queue is now closed. Give me a moment to update my stream title and the bot display. Yeah, okay, it is the update to the one that we remembered. And you want me to check for pipes. Just one moment while we close up here. Make sure there's no confusion. And we'll reload the bot. The last update you swear, then I will be sure to break this thing. And if I see a pipe, I'll try to get inside. Yeah, we usually do. So. Yeah, I don't know if I'll necessarily notice revisions, but because it had been some time since I last saw this. But we'll see how we do. Whoops. A little bit slow on spike there.
Oh no!
Right, because I'm just supposed to pound a stump and get in the door and not worry too much about what the hammer is doing on the right side. So just going to go quickly through that. Interesting spring placement in that previous room. Okay. This is just going to be pure survival, and luckily the mushrooms are actually a very gentle form of buffer for keeping me nice and alive. Okay, going to go through this P block negative space around the minion, which is still a minion in this version, and actually has a 50 going over here now. Yep, hard block is of course going to constrain the ceiling, which is a smart thing to do. And Red Knight, thank you for coming by. Those who don't know, by the way, let me just catch this before Red Knight's totally gone. Red Knight also streams this game. I haven't often been able to catch it myself, I think, but if you want to send some levels on over there, well, I mean, when he's not playing Rocket League, there definitely is some Maker 2 content over on that side as well, so. Okay. Right, we just need to cart this over. And walk the bomb. Yes, that's right. I do remember that. not kill the bomb along the way. Okay, that's going to light up, and then we will head down and grab the P. Yeah, P is actually kind of slightly offset there. We'll have an infinite P switch here, which is going to remain active for a while, but then now we scroll that off screen, so we'll just be very careful about all these Podoboo placements. There's going to be a bomb that's carted all the way up in a claw. Let's make sure the bomb gets dropped. Then I'm going to take over the claw. I do see that little hard block segment in the bottom left here, but that's just, once again, going to be a bit of a safety buffer. I should just boost with the squirrel suit. And next GM, you played a version of this on the level exchange thread. Okay, great. I'm really glad to see that, you know, you do have people who actually do actively play on things like the Reddit level exchanges, because of what I said earlier about how it seemed like Reddit didn't seem to convert to very many plays. So, always good to have people who are the exception to the rule and who are really engaged with the content there. You said something earlier about entering a pipe. Oh, I totally blew that. You made a Twitch and Reddit account just for this game? Yeah, that's how it starts. Well, this game is a very good reason to get on Twitch. Simply because it is much more community-oriented. You'll find that when you compare Mario Maker streams to other game streams of equivalent size, when it comes to the number of viewers that are online, for instance, the chats tend to be a lot more active for Mario Maker, simply because people are seeing their stuff get played, and there's a lot more to talk about with the streamer when it comes to things like design. It's a much more social experience than you'll get off a lot of other video games, and so as a place to start on Twitch, it's absolutely the right game in many ways, both as a viewer and a streamer. So. And of course, as a streamer, it's a fantastic experience. It's just enhanced my experience with this game tremendously in terms of discovering tons of level styles I might never necessarily have thought to try out. So. And yeah, Eat as Cook, as you were saying, very true for a lot of people in Maker 1 as well, that's what got them started. Okay, Pipe's going to constrain that completely. You want to just check up here, as usual. Oh right, I remember that was gated off, at least in a previous version. Okay, this is the spring placement check. Let's use the notches. And let's... oh, not get stuffed by this location here. We still need another set of bounces. And we'll take the background clues seriously for once. You said something about entering a pipe. I kind of want to go for Spike up there. But I don't know if I can. Seems like a bit of a long shot. A wall jump? No. Okay. But there is a P switch up there that can be pressed, and that looks like it's some kind of meaningful secrets placement. Okay. You know what? No. We're going to do it this way. Let's let him toss that set first. Yeah, P-switch. That's going to fire something. Blast the bomb. Oh, wow, it's going to get stuffed over here. What does that even do for me? Well, that killed something. Okay. Fine. Oh, I guess there was that blaster over there. I still had a brick in front of it that was still unbroken at the end of the day. That's a tutorial. Okay, okay. I thought it was some kind of secret. Given that you do kind of need to work for that P-switch location. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Totally got zapped. Why use a spike instead of just a spike ball directly? Because you can have the satisfaction of nuking the spike, I guess. Okay, let's be careful here. Like, I guess if it were just spike balls, you wouldn't necessarily think of checking up there. I'm not saying that's a good justification, I'm just making it up as I go along. Nope, I got trapped. Let's not do that. Yeah, when it comes to the spawn timings, obviously that's something you can manipulate with the pipe colors as well, but I can see that if you wanted to prioritize having all the pipes be yellow, just for aesthetic continuity, and if you wanted to have some kind of workable timing with yellow pipes specifically, then I can see why you would make that decision. That would be a very kind of aesthetically minded division. Sorry, decision rather. But that's fair. I want to retain this as something available. Okay, now let's dodge. And not get shot. If I just stay fairly low, I should not get shot. Grab the mushroom. Oh, whoops. Lose the mushroom. Iggy is once again going to give us all kinds of grief. Let's toss this so I can actually wall jump. Okay. And we'll just wait here for the third hit. Picked up by the claw too, since it's done us the courtesy of coming all the way back. Okay, this is right, because the swamp's going to activate and just drop all the P's along the way. And I guess the final P-switch is just there to activate that collapsing effect. Okay, I guess I didn't actually end up finding the pipe that you were trying to encourage me to enter. And I did check some pipes I hadn't checked previously, but like the one spawning the spike, but I don't know if we actually managed to reveal what you wanted me to show off about the latest version. Regardless, Mel, I hope you're happy with this version and that you don't have too many final revisions coming. Robot Gaming, you just played a level called Commit Vehicular Manslaughter. I assume that it was a 3D World car level, and so the thing about the 3D World car levels is that it's manslaughter rather than first-degree murder, because the thing is, the car is so uncontrollable, you can't actually demonstrate intent, right? Like, it's never going to be a premeditated kill. Nova, welcome. Next GM, if you are still here. Yours a harder traditional level. Some streamers took 2 or 3 minutes, some took 15. Trust me when I say that the way I play, anything can happen, because sometimes I'll blast through something that was meant to be harder, and sometimes I will just crash against something endlessly and really struggle with it for all the wrong reasons, simply because I like to poke around, try things. Anyways, here's GM55, Martin's melty mistake. Martin built a castle out of ice. He then filled it with magma. I like this already. That was actually one of the first things I tried to build in Maker 2 as well, was kind of a fire and ice level. You know, mostly just thinking back to how fire and ice were put together in Mario Galaxy, which I always found extremely memorable. Seems like Martin also decided to find that memorable and decided to try it here for himself, and we'll see how we do, and we'll see how many things melt under our feet. I like how the world record is by somebody called DK Fireboy. Seems like he melted all the ice. And Mel64, thank you for dropping by for so long today. Hopefully, once again, that was a useful play. Oh, love the use of the Cheep Cheep as the fire element here. I don't actually see fire cheeps used for melting all that often, and actually, it's a very nice unconventional pattern that you can work with. Cool idea, actually. I knew that was going to get me into trouble. Yeah, because considering how interesting the Poison Cheep and Fire Cheep interactions tend to be, I don't actually see it used as sort of a mechanical interaction all that often, rather than just an obstacle. Like, there was this one particular sort of puzzle platformer level I played last year that used an SMB2 cheap throw to light stuff on fire in the lava level, and I mention it now because, like, it's so rare to see stuff like that using fire cheeps that when I see it happen, it tends to be pretty memorable. This is going to be a disaster, almost. Hey, I can fly. Not quite. And sure, we'll grab a cape to put in the reserve item box that does not exist in this game. Of course I'm going to check. Of course I'm going to check. Okay. Never mind. Although, oddly enough, I probably could have flown out of that location just fine. Anyway, not a progressive power-up. It's just going to be a mushroom here, so we will not have the buffer of having the cape available, and all the Podoboo locations are clearly marked by P-blocks, so that's something we'll keep in mind as we try to traverse the next segment to some position of safety. But yeah, it looks like as soon as you hit the on-off switch, it's going to release the Podoboo, so it's actually when it's going up on the track that we can delay it slightly. Like right now. And then it's just going to be a race. Yeah, cool little racing segment here. I mean, I wouldn't say cool. I think that's probably maybe a wrong word for this, but you get the idea. Angry Sun is going to try to melt everything. Yeah, Martin really deciding to build this whole thing into kitchen here. Got fire everywhere. Okay, going to have a cape straight up. Congratulations, Probot, on 6k Maker Points. Anyway, Martin, of course, is somebody who's going to stomp and expel fire, but we're just not going to let him, so he can't destroy too much of the platform under our feet. Here we go. That's a clear. Thank you for that, next GM. Yeah, I do think the fire cheeps are actually one of the standout elements here. Lots of fun to play around. Obviously, there are a couple of things here where you only get one shot before you paid a price for the melting mistake. But it was very clear to me after seeing it the first time that the on-off switch was just triggering a race in the second segment. Yeah, definitely a lot of fire sources just being dropped in here, especially with the Angry Sun just in the middle of the castle, which I don't see all that often. Mr. Greggy Spike, if you are still here, well, grab your second one of the day. Please check in if so. Also, we're getting through the queue quickly enough that there is some chance I will reopen at the end for the people who are still here, just for like a quick additional round of submissions. I usually tend to close fairly early because we do tend to get some hard levels that can take me like half an hour or so, and so, you know, just to keep things under control, I try to close off before things go too wild. But since we're still kind of on pace to do things quickly, there is some chance we may do a bonus round. Anyway, Mr. Greggy Spike, if you're here, please check in. If not, we will probably bump you. I see Greggy Spike still listed as being in chat, so usually my policy is to just bump back one spot, but you are here, so that's great. But yeah, usually people look like they might just be momentarily AFK or something. I will just move them one spot instead of bumping them out, but I know Greggy Spike's been here. It's just that sometimes response time will not be instant. So Greggy Spike, do you have anything in particular you would like to recommend? I mean, there's this one that we haven't done yet. A very short one, though. If you have anything else that you would like to see, do let me know. I mean, I've mostly played the Metroid ones recently. And yeah, lots of stuff to catch up on, so let me know if you have a preference. Otherwise, I'll just pick something. But yeah, so this is comparatively easy level, but one where the difficulty would be a speedrun. This is multiplayer versus. I don't know how playable it is in single. Of course, there's a whole classic series. Porcupuffer Challenge, interesting. Might be interesting to punch in one of these, actually. Even if it is the light version. So yeah, Greggy Spike, let me know if there's something you want to see. Otherwise, we'll hop into something of my choice. Let's see what's the time on this 2-minute time. Oh, sorry, you're playing Smash. Okay, I see. Hence the long typing time. Try Secret Forest Porcupuffer. Let's do it. Many secrets and many coins. You kill all the Porcupuffer. True ending. World record is 2 minutes, so it looks like there will be a fair bit of non-linear exploration, like in some of the Metroid levels, perhaps. But we'll see how it goes. Okay. Oh, interesting. I guess we have to kill the Porcupuffer, hence the respawn here. Now, there's no clear condition or anything attached to that, because obviously this is a long key coin level that will almost certainly be checkpointed. Love my favorite hat, of course. Just kind of scouting around to see what items are available. Fireflower, of course, does not fire while you are in the Goomba hat, which is an important limitation to keep in mind. Let's dive down and see what we're capable of doing. The Fire Flower, of course, is capable of popping puffers. I do like the Goomba hat here, though, because you can constrain the position on the fish bones without having them be activated and without having them chase after you. You know, even though the fish bones perform a very similar function, I do kind of wish we had Rip Van Fish from Super Mario World in this game. Mostly because I always liked that design. It doesn't look like we actually have to kill the Porky Puffers, so we'll just skip them with the Goomba hat wherever possible. Okay, this is supposed to be a beehive, you can see that. Four coins before checkpoint. I don't want to hit the checkpoint yet. Let me just scout around a little bit more in this section before I go through the pipe. In case there's a coin I want to collect first, like this one right here. I suspected that would be the case, so. Alright, now let's get checkpoints now that we're kind of at 50%. And then we'll see how we do from there. Let's leave the hat for the time being in case we want to save it. Yeah, we want to save it. Lost a flower, unfortunately, but flowers are easy to reobtain. But we probably want the fish to stay dead. Flowers not going to be helpful anyway in Goomba form. So this is going to be pure dodging. Pure bonus in some ways. This is a slope next to the pipe, so we would not be... it is underwater though, so we could potentially have gotten through, but it seems not. Looks like this will just be a little bit of a bonus cave as we head back out. Yeah, kind of neat to see the shipwrecks in the background art just barely through back there. And we will go downstairs to check the other pipe. We also now know where to get a Goomba hat immediately after checkpoint. That's important information. Okay, through we go for another star, if I can grab it. Okay, just gonna nuke everything here to grab this coin, because otherwise we would have some trouble. Okay, not doing too badly. And we will just hit the warp block. This is going to be a one-way through the warp block, which would be a concern for anybody who somehow misses coins along the way. Because if you miss a coin in the level anywhere, going into the warp block, then taking a warp block actually becomes quite a big problem. Unless, of course, you just die at checkpoint. Whoa, whoa, bad idea. Really at serious risk of being gobbled now. Well, this is what happens when you are not a Goomba. Everything gangs up on you. Absolutely everything. Oh! Okay. We don't want to go through the warp block because that was our way in. And that's something that can be a point of confusion sometimes when you have a warp block that has an exit right beside the checkpoint. That it looks very tempting as an entrance. So it looks like we actually have to play this for real now, and instead of just waltzing through it with the Goomba. But yeah, it's definitely a risk that if people accidentally go through the warp block again, they are just dead. So, always have to be careful with that when it comes to placing any kind of a gating mechanism that's supposed to be one way. Obviously, you don't have that much time to work with here when it comes to giving the player much flexibility since the Porky Puffers will just gang up on you right away. But yeah, following the coin trail is actually going to be a fairly accurate method, I think. As long as we're quick on a turnaround. Whoops. But yeah, it really goes to show what a big help the Goomba hat was, and what a crutch it was to get us through the early parts of the level with no problems whatsoever. But as soon as you lose it, wow, do you ever lose it. Okay. 50 coin is a bit of a bonus coin there, in that it does require slightly heightened risk. The coin trail is actually going to be surprisingly helpful. Oops, as long as you don't overboost. Well, you see, the next GM, until I lost the Goomba hat, it was Porky Puffer heaven almost. I mean, just lots of these guys happily swimming about. But now we're in a bit of trouble. Okay. Maybe the coins are just for true ending, though, so the fact that they kind of optional. Too bad. One more coin to go near the end. What we don't want to have happen is any kind of key death upon coin 10, but as you can see, that's just coin 9 up ahead, right ahead of where we were at that point in the level, so no issue just yet. Yeah, because I was doing the first part of the level wondering, okay, where on earth is this 3% clear rate coming from? There's gotta be some kind of twist. It turns out the twist is, well, don't lose the Goomba hat. Whoops. Yeah. Let's not get gulped too hard. Okay. Really giving me a craving for fish and chips. Okay, that's fine. We can take damage from fish bones now, but we don't want to do that. Now, Porky Puffers do take quite a bit of punishment from the Fire Flower. You can kind of inflate them with the Fire Flower. I don't think it actually does much to stop them, though. We wouldn't want to do that because we just want to keep swimming to be in a decent position. Whoops. And yeah, I have no doubt I'll be able to do it. We do need to get some bad attempts out of the way from time to time, just, you know, as a bit of a swim test. Okay. Forward we go. And here's how we're doing. Now, interestingly enough, Fire Flower actually makes you a bigger target. Oh, no coin for us this time. We might as well just die to this and just grab coin. Notice that coin 10 is right at the end there. You know what? I actually had plenty of time to just zap everything with a Fire Flower. Also, look at that star. The star would actually have solved the problem for me. I didn't see the star until quite late. And if we had survived long enough to grab the star by getting into position for it, that actually would have been able to get me back to coin 9. Yeah, definitely the coin 10 placement right at the end there has me a little worried about key death. But we will hopefully not run into that. Okay. Okay, well, I'll take the star. That works. And we'll check the door. Look at that Koopa sleeping in the car under a tree. Don't know what that's all about. There's a second key here. I wonder if we just need to kill the Koopa that's sleeping in the car. Wait a minute, this is new. Oh, okay. Here we are. Okay, bit of a bonus chase. Once again, not an issue if you have the Goomba hat, but we didn't play that cleanly, so. Okay, great. Worked out quite well, in fact. I kind of noticed here that if you keep the key instead of going through the key door and then you drop in on a flag, I wonder with the warp block placement whether the warp block takes priority. Like whether you would be able to warp through. That's the kind of thing where I should know that intuitively, but I would need to check that in the editor. Anyway, tons of fun. Obviously a very different experience depending on how quickly you lose the Goomba hat, but the swimming pattern through the big Porcupuffer chase after the checkpoint was actually quite well controlled, considering that, you know, the coin placement seemed to have been set up that you could consistently drag the Porcupuffers to chase you in a safe pattern, and so that reliability, I think, is actually something that's quite nice to have. Not the easiest thing to make in a level like that, for sure. But the fact that you're swimming through a narrow and linear passage does make that a little easier to control. So, thank you once again for the submission from Mr. Greggy Spike, and let's see what's next. Next submission is going to be from Probot Gaming. And it's going to be BYR FX 0 3YG. Skysaw, inspired by Mang. I think I know which Mang level this is referring to. Looking at what's happening with the seesaw balancing and the way that that's going to be disrupted with... Yeah, I recognize it. Yeah, because the idea is that you don't want to land on the POW for too long, otherwise the P-switch gets activated. We did play that Mang level a little while ago. So... just need to go right away. Yeah, the platforming design is different, but it's pretty much the same concept, mechanically. So it'll be interesting to see what you do with it to kind of personalize that. Okay, let's go through here. Not quite. I need to let up a bit on that jump, but often I'm just so concerned about getting off the POW right away that can be tricky. Yeah, the tutorial room definitely seems like it's just about the same kind of concept as in Mang's original, but you know, there's so many ways. There are only so many ways that you can actually do a tutorial of that concept, I think. Nope, bad idea. Okay. Well, that's becoming a very common mistake. That's one that we'll need to figure out a way to avoid. Okay, let's do this. You make all your levels while sleep deprived. Okay. I was wondering what the side bounce would be for there, because I guess the timing... Well, we just have to work out the timing. I don't know if the side bounce there is actually going to be necessary. It was necessary, I think, in Meng's original design, partly just as a matter of getting the timing and the momentum to work, just so you could go full speed in the correct direction. I don't know if we'll actually need that here. We just make a good, well-timed adjustment, depending on when the Photoboos have decided to come up or down, so... You don't know if the bounce is needed. Yeah, it's definitely one thing from a design perspective that you want to keep an eye on. That, like, as the maker, you should know the answer to that, I think. Because otherwise, you know, either A, people will just kind of try to bounce for no particular reason, or they'll just not take it seriously, I guess. Because the reason that the sideways trampolines were in Meng's original concept is because Meng tends to make things where the timings are set up in a way that momentum really, really matters. That very often, if you don't do reversals like that, you just will not make the jump. So. It's 3 AM for time, I see. Whoops. Okay. Let's try this again. Likewise, I wonder if you even have to go over the top one. I mean, it's easier to go over the top one, so we'll just do it that way. Losing too much momentum on that POW. We can't dwell on it for too long, but... Let's see. Oddly enough, if you actually do activate one of the P-switches by mistake... let me think about this, because I think you're actually still able to come back and just wait out the P-switch, and then grab the key and continue. Although I noticed that the P-switch up top would drop the Piranha and Muncher, that they're standing on top of a P-switch, or P-block rather. I'm just sort of looking ahead to where things could possibly break. Like whether it's possible to wait out any of the P-switches. Yeah, I don't think the bounce is actually going to take me all the way back to the right, so I should not really do it. Okay. Here we go. And, yeah, we'll just grab the key and head back somehow. I guess if we cut momentum coming out of the spring and just land on the left side, I feel like going back over to the right side is probably not going to be the correct idea. But we'll go back and see. Whoops. Okay, let's try that again. See if we can actually make it happen. Through we go. So yeah, just a bit of accuracy to clean up around this. But if I can understand how to do the turnaround here accurately. Main thing here is just watching the Ponabu timing. Make sure we just don't get set on fire. But yeah, doing the bounce is not going to get me nearly far enough. It's purely kind of a repositioning tool, and I don't think it's going to quite work out for me there. Oops. So we'll just go back and try it and see if we can clean that up any further. Not quite. And back over. And up. And up. Okay, so that's going to go up and back down, and then... Yeah, once again, I think I need to kind of press into that to land on a POW somehow. Just win? Yeah. Freebox in general, I think that's fairly sound advice for platformer games. Yeah, I should just cut momentum coming out of that POW, because it's very clear to me that the sideways springs aren't really doing for me here what they were doing in the kind of original concept. Oh, of course you can win in Mario. You can win a moral victory. Nope. Here's the thing. In that segment, I'm not actually totally convinced that avoiding the P-switch activation matters. That you can always just jump around and wait it out, right? Like, what's stopping you from doing that? Like, if I land on the key, and if I'm able to just stall and wait, I don't actually need to be that accurate, right? Because it's not like you're dropping everything out like you are in this part of the design, although I will have to think about that because it... Oops. Well, interesting to think about anyway, if we can make that happen somehow. Okay, up we go. Yeah, not quite able to cut momentum there. I was able to do it previously. But taking the springs takes me too far to the right, and so it doesn't give me a whole lot of control when it comes to the landing, so... Not sure about that just yet. Okay, up we go. Everything's going to go up. Okay, just bounce up. Oh, I see. So that's why we need more momentum, otherwise don't make it. I feel like I should still be able to make it, though. I don't know if I trust that. Whoops. but we will see. Okay, up we go. And what can we do here? Yeah, maybe just a bit of a light bounce there where I still crank to the left. I don't like that though, because it's... I mean, the whole point of that is to get forward momentum. And it's not really giving me that, if it's dropping me into that position. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes, because I'm just not seeing yet the adjustment that I have to make to make that work out. Okay, let's see everything go up. Nope. I was trying to adjust in such a way that I would be able to go left or right on the first POW. And I was not really able to make that landing, but I'd rather not deal with the springs, I think. Nope. Okay, back here, and we'll see how much more there is after that particular jump that we're having trouble with here, with the next key. Yeah, too short to jump there for some reason. It's not quite working out. Okay. Let's get through here. And let's just wait. Nope, actually, the momentum that time was correct. It would have gotten me over, but obviously the timing was wrong, so. I think that method is going to work. I think that will get me over in the way I need, but we need to execute everything here just a little bit better. Wait for everything to come down. And then we would be able to just stall on the POW on the other side until the P-switch is released. So yeah. I think it is cheesable. I think it is absolutely cheesable. And we'll see. No, just had second thoughts about the spring that time. That was kind of a bad last-minute correction. Okay. Let's push through here. Try this again. Let's find a better timing to work with. Okay, not quite enough momentum, but I really don't think the springs are going to help me here. They're just positioned too high to give me a good landing. Because I have to pull back from the springs anyway if I make contact with them in order to land accurately on the POW on the left side. And they're not going to carry me far enough to get on the POWs on the right side, though. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we'll just bounce around, and yeah, if I jump off the edge of the POW, I think I'd totally make that. I think it is doable still. I still like that method, and I still find it possible. Okay, let's try this once more. Whoa! Didn't expect to actually land that time, so that was a poor correction. I actually thought I was going to be a bit short. Okay. Through we go. Things are gonna come up. Nope, just not really able to get the adjustment I want to make the timing work. So that will take a little bit of thinking. Or just a little bit more accuracy in general. I mean, I think I do know what my plan is going to be. I think it's a jump that I'm still able to make. But I need to come off the edge of this POW, and there we go. And then land on a POW, and then go over to P's, yeah. Yeah, adjustment jumps like that are going to be just fine. Yeah, we took way too long with that segment earlier, but we managed to make it here. That's going to be the flag. Okay, kind of short and sweet. First clear. Thank you for offering me a first clear on the Sky Saw, so thank you for that Probot. So the issue that I have with this is that, I mean, obviously, you know, you kind of just took the mechanism from Meng's level and gave credit for that, and that's fine. But the issue is that I think some of the stuff was set up in such a way that didn't quite captured the nuances of how the original mechanism actually worked in terms of like what that would do to the P platforms. Like a lot of that stuff felt surprisingly kind of cheesable. Maybe it's because you intended to tune that to be something easier to begin with. But it did mean that, you know, you have stuff like the side springs that are actually kind of a little bit misleading here because they felt like they were still being kind of carried over from copying what Meng was doing without actually understanding why they were there in the first place and what they were actually doing for their momentum control. And same with some of the locations where activating the P-switch doesn't actually do anything because you have plenty of time to just wait out the P-switch and continue and get out safely. So that's just a sort of risk that you have to keep in mind, you know, when you are borrowing some other mechanisms or concepts. You kind of have to understand why it is that the other decisions made with that level design were made the way they were. So, but thank you once again for sending that and for giving me first clear. I certainly don't mind a kind of easier, gentler version of that same kind of mechanism. But yeah, just a lot of attention to detail with that kind of thing too. You know, make sure that you know what it is you're borrowing. Okay, next level is going to be from Banghead. Banghead 92 is just going to send me a maker code. I kind of love the kind of grumpy Bowser face here, where It's like your me is saying, okay, I'm sitting in a boot, and Bowser's head is around my head, and I accept my fate. Lots of Team Jam stuff here. Also some Team Shell. I'm, as I said, really not a good Shell player or a Precision player, so I'll probably do one of the Jamp ones. I don't know if you have a particular recommendation, but I think I will do a Jamp level if I have a choice. I don't know if you have a strong preference for which one you want to see. But do let me know if there's a specific one that you would like to see played. Okay, if it's my call, then we'll probably just do the newest one. Ooh, this one's really popular. We'll eventually get through more of this list, I'm sure. Lots of team participation from Banghead here. And yeah, since you're the last one in the active queue, I will probably just spend as long as it takes to clear it. I mean, 1.3%, we can do it. And like I said, if we finish pretty early, I will reopen for a bonus round, probably. It's always a mistake, but I do it anyway. Oh, okay, I see. It is kind of a follow to marker level. So it's going to be double bounce on the first marker, and then we grab this, grab that, land here. Oh, okay, no, I need to punch through this with the Mega Mushroom while I am still able to. So, I think that is the idea. But then don't I need to activate something to land on if I'm doing that? Let's think about this. Tricky part in the second half, but overall not too crazy. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Interesting. So I'm not supposed to get under the line at all, I think, because even if I pop out of it with the big mushroom rather, that doesn't quite help me. I didn't know the big mushroom would interact with the stretch boos in such a way that I could get over them. Oh, I just hit the bomb. Okay, I didn't even realize that because I kept kicking at the bomb in the wrong direction. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's just going to be kicking the bomb consistently to the right, and then we get over. That's a neat mechanism. I'm glad I got a chance to figure that out myself. Not quite the momentum I need to get on top of the Buzzy, though. And then it's going to be stumps, okay. I just didn't read that accurately the first time, I think. I was still thinking about the bomb. There's a left arrow on the last one, which is sort of interesting. I mean, obviously the most successful attempt there came from doing a bomb kick to the left instead of the right. I just missed that jump. Okay. Not quite. Okay. Yeah, and you can kind of see from the positioning here why it's recommending that you do a kick to the left on the final kick there. Oh. Yeah, once again, let's remember to kick to the left, just for positioning purposes, and it hits the on-off, exactly, okay. Because then that releases the stumps. Ah, yeah, I guess Big Mushroom crushes the stump there, and then let me see what's going on. But I need the Big Mushroom to punch through that with 2 jumps. So I need to get off of that spring immediately. Right, and I need to punch that such that Stumps are going to fall down and give me an additional landing location. And then probably just hit the spring to get back to safety. Whoops. Okay, I see what's happening now. Yeah, pretty satisfying positioning so far. Banghead, I don't remember. Were you also one of the contributors to Team Jump World? I'm kind of in the early stages of that, because we've had one person lately who's just been submitting me bits and pieces of Team Jump World one level at a time, but it also means that I haven't been checking the credits on a lot of what I've been playing, so... no, once again, I do need to bop that. Need to bop that, and then I do need to think about what my falling location is after that happens. Whoops. That's okay, we'll just try that again. And unfortunately not. Oh, in terms of Team Jump World, yeah. Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting experience so far. I mean, I'm only through World 1 or so, so I haven't seen some of the later stuff yet, but... Definitely, as I often say, I think the sort of concept of Team Jump has hit upon... okay, I'm supposed to hit that and then land on top of the spring on the right side, and then get back on top of the stumps. I see it clearly now. But yeah, anyway, Team Jump had kind of hit upon a very important insight about the Mario player base, in that there is a strong demand for stuff that has kind of the pace and motion of something like Kaizo, but without the Kaizo technique. In terms of being approachable for players who are just not able to execute some of the advanced stuff that they would not have learned from standard platformers. And so I'm not surprised that it has been as successful as it is, as a tag and a project. That clearly it's hit the sweet spot for a lot of people. And next GM, thank you for hanging out for so long today. Once again, thank you for submitting your level and for the follow, and hope to see you around some more. Okay. No, I jump on one stump, I grab the key, I jump on a second stump. I don't think I need to loop around to the spring a second time, I doubt it. No, a little bit late on that one. I do need to do the short bounce off of the first hard block right away. Yeah, big mushroom mechanics show up so rarely that even after having played around with it quite a bit before, certain interactions still feel like I'm learning them for the first time, even though I am relearning them, I guess. Things like the stump interaction, as well as things like the sort of low secondary bounce of the hard blocks when you land on top of them. A lot of stuff to just recover about this. Yeah. Now that's interesting, the saw blade segment there. I wonder if I am supposed to break the ice, or if I'm... I mean, I see no indication I'm ever supposed to take damage. I think I'm just supposed to break the ice somehow. No, I'm supposed to duck through it, yeah, exactly. duck through it, and the big mushroom is going to hit the POW, I believe. Okay. Yeah, kind of a nice duck slide there. I felt like I'd cut too much momentum going into that. Yeah, I find that some jump levels are a little bit heavy on being, strict about following markers, rather than really playing the elements themselves. But that's an issue I kind of have with the Kaizo format as well. And obviously, there are a lot of players who are perfectly fine with that, and so it's at least partly a personal preference thing. Okay, first jump is supposed to break open a pipe. Second jump gets me up the pipe. Yeah, this one doesn't have that problem. This one, I feel like the markers are a very gentle form of guidance, in that you're still constantly interacting with the moving parts in a very direct way. You're on World 7 of Team Jump World and things are getting super tough, I see. But yeah, definitely lots of room for challenging platformer design that still is just using a basic platformer mechanical toolkit, I think. And it's more just about being able to predict good interactions and also just understand how to read quickly and, all kinds of things like that. So yeah, the short bounce off the first hard block lands me safely on the second hard block, so I will not be breaking the second block, as we've seen a few times already. And this one feels very readable, considering that I did make some mistakes initially. Up pipes, of course, are going to be the bane of my existence. This was for a big mushroom contest. Yeah, I agree that it is actually deeply underrated. I think it's one of those power-ups that's sort of stuck in this vicious cycle where, because players are unfamiliar with it, you don't see very many levels that build in a way that really exploits the full capacity of what the power-up can do. Simply because a lot of people just wouldn't understand it well enough, right? I feel like it's the same with the cat suit in 3D World in some ways, that there's a lot of untapped potential with it, because the learning curve for some of the advanced stuff you can do for it is fairly steep. And so it's very hard to find a gap between like accessible levels that have a good teaching element to them versus hard levels that just expect you to know everything that's supposed to happen. And exactly, you say that you're so bad with a cat suit since you rarely use it. I feel like a lot of people feel that way about the big mushroom as well, and that big mushroom levels are kind of comparatively rare because of that. Nope, missing. Right idea, bad entrance. But I think in terms of actually reading everything in the first segment, we understand everything that's supposed to go on at this point. And yeah, the bomb segment at the start, once you understand it, is very satisfying to pull off. For sure. But yeah, I guess I'll have to look into some of the levels from the big mushroom contest you were talking about. Because I feel like I haven't seen enough good levels with it. Okay, up we go, and... Okay. So... semi-solid, of course, yeah. had me momentarily concerned. Nice. I needed, of course, a fuller bounce coming out of that. I just sort of reacted to that a bit poorly. But that's a really neat interaction there, too. So, yeah, gotta punch that bomb back to the left, and then that's going to release the stump right after that, so... Okay, you do need to go fairly quickly here, because of course they do drop immediately out of the track. There is no second chance. Nope, not that quickly. Okay. That's really one very inspired emote from Isherwood's set. Because, you know, when you hit a checkpoint, an early checkpoint, you kind of feel like you've gotten a flag-ish. Like you're doing okay-ish. Yeah, Fairy Nova, this one's tons of fun. I really love that POW interaction with dropping the Buzzy. That's a pretty unique moment in terms of, you know, knowing that you're going to have that short bounce that activates the POW, but having to activate your own landing location to get to safety. No, I need to hit that accurately to drop the spring. Once I drop the spring, I get on top of the stump that's on the right side, and then I get back to the spring, I think. That seems to be the implication here. It's a very cool landing on that, every time. But yeah, you can see the curve of the jump here, that you are supposed to hit the hard block, land on the stump on the other side, and then back up onto the spring. So. Nope. Wrong. This is the part that's a little tricky because it's tough to hit the hard block. Yeah, I was sort of already thinking about something like a duck jump to get up to it. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Nope, still going a little too fast. Oh, that was just a bad landing off of the shell. Let's not restart. And yeah, Fairy Nova, always nice to have people join in the fun with whichever level's being played. Okay. Okay. Note once again, I slipped onto that stump for a little too long. I am supposed to jump off immediately, but I am missing the timing for that. And the stump is already getting crushed by the time I'm activating the jump button, so... That's something I'll need to clean up a bit. Nope. Let's do the bomb kick once more. You originally had to surf differently and hitting the block was a lot easier, I see. If I know what you're referring to by the surf. Nope, still slipping and missing the jump. We'll see about that. Nope. Kicked that to the left a little too soon. Yeah, now I see where the on-off switch is buried. I mean, I kind of knew it had to be around there, but I hadn't spotted it visually until just now. Interesting. I think that was maybe a timing issue in terms of the bomb not detonating late enough to actually activate the on-off. It seemed like it was firing a little bit too early before it was getting into the appropriate location. Yeah, as you can see, do need to have a pretty crisp jump over there. Probably with a duck jump now that I'm looking at it. But I'm not sure if that would reach height-wise, so... Whoops. We'll see. I can see why you describe that as a tricky part. Okay. I'm going to recover our position after some initial awkwardness, landing too far to the right. I was trying to correct a little bit to the right so I could get a good jump off of the edge of the stump before it deactivates. But that was maybe not the right kind of correction to make there. I guess you're talking about a controlled jump in the sense of getting down to the stump a little bit earlier. Yeah, let me just read what you said about the angle in a bit after this attempt, probably. Going a little less full jump when kicking the bomb left, the angle is better. Yes, exactly. I was beginning to think that, and you kind of did clue me into that earlier, too, of course. Right, because you don't want quite that much height on the stump. Because as much as I would like to do something like a duck jump, I don't think I can stay on the stump long enough to really do that cleanly, so... Oh. Yeah, as you can see, no time to actually duck. So I really do just want to get onto stump a little bit sooner. Okay. Okay. No, cut a little too much momentum there, perhaps. I can see, too, that what you're telling me about a controlled jump is partly to maintain a better horizontal momentum coming out of the bomb, such that I would get an angle that isn't quite so sharp going up. Yeah, there just isn't enough of a timing window to set up the duck jump, I think. Nope, just missing completely here. I guess I don't have a good estimate yet for the timing of when the stump after the bomb is going to be available, and so I'm kind of doing a full jump because I'm not sure when to expect it, but... We'll just need to learn how to make that adjustment, I think. Take things from there. Yeah, as you can see, dropping a little too soon there. I don't need to drop that quickly. But if you just control the angle rather than the dropping speed by like hanging left a little bit after the bomb and then dropping like at this angle, but with a better landing, of course. So you can kind of sweep it to the right. With something a little less than a full jump, of course, as you were saying. No, not a great timing there, and I would have landed too far to the right regardless. Yeah, I guess this is a level where you've built strictly on the bottom half for camera restriction reasons, where everything would remain consistent. But I think maybe that's the thing that's getting me into trouble with the placement of that hard block, because it's not like you can move anything up further by one tile, because that would break the camera, right? Is that my understanding? Where, yeah, it seems like my starting position here is just going to be a little bit too high. But that's... there isn't really a reasonable way that you can move everything up one tile, for instance. Maybe. I'm looking at that and trying to think about like what you could do to potentially give me a bit of a margin of error, like if you had... I'm just sort of looking at that and wondering, like, would it have been possible to have the trampoline occupy the top row, sort of with spike blocks on either side to prevent the player from getting a safe landing up there? And yeah, it is mostly just a horizontal positioning thing, I think, that... with a target that's a block to the left is much easier to hit. Yeah, because definitely that's taken a lot more adjustment than anything I've seen up to that point. Nope, not quite. Okay, at least we're kind of looking ahead to where the key is going to be. It looks like it is just going to be a matter of jumping on top of the spring on top of the thwomp and riding up momentum going to the top right. Yep, Mango is definitely starting to sweat here. Nope, not quite. Okay. No, a little too far to the left that time, even by the time I was landing on the Buzzy. Could have gone much better. I was so surprised at actually hitting that for a change that's what happened. Now, of course, we'll need to land accurately on top of the spring, even once we get that down successfully. Whoops. That's okay, we'll just get back over there, see if we can make it work. Yeah, progress in a manner of speaking. Okay. Not quite. Yeah, I need to jump just directly up, in fact. I should not be hanging left. If I jump directly up, I should land accurately on the spring. That's something that was going to take me at least 1 or 2 attempts to sort out accurately in terms of where I'm going to be aiming. But I believe straight up should be the way to go when it comes to timing my way around a thwomp. Okay, to the right we go. Once again, hanging a little too far to the left. I should even hang a little bit to the right, in fact, because rightward momentum is what's going to get me up to the key. Let that thwomp catch me underneath. And totally missing the jump there. And so that's just going to be a timing challenge where I need to be pretty quick about getting up to the pipe before the thwomp hits. Okay, getting a little more consistent and just missing. So yeah, a little bit of progress once again. Also couldn't help but notice that the Gengar emote that you have going on is very consistent with the theme of this level from what I remember the cover art. What's the title? Yeah, Gengar's Haunted House, exactly. I just remember Gengar being in the cover art, so in the thumbnail. Nope, not quite. Okay. I missed somehow. Probably just a timing issue that time with the bomb, so we'll get that sorted out. Nope, just missing the jump after the stump. This contest was for Keynes, who is a big Gengar fan, I see. No, let's not start over. That would be a bad idea. Okay. Okay, I'm landing and I'm missing the jump coming out of that because I think I'm pressing jump too early into my landing there, and so it's not registering because it's still kind of in that POW bounce. Note too slow, so I've got to get that sorted out because now I'm jumping a little bit too late to make that timing. But you just need to do quick short jumps, I think, to get into position. You can break the ice block as you're reaching the top red blocks. Interesting. Yes, right. So you jump into them as you do the first landing, and so you're not doing two jumps out of the top row. I know exactly what you mean. I mean, I wasn't exactly planning that very well that time, because I was playing quite reactively, not having made it there before. But yeah, that actually turned out to be the only correction we needed to make there. Okay, GG, assuming that we can make it over to stumps. Assuming. A little bit too slow there. That's okay, we'll just go back and do it. And so yeah, Gengar is just going to patiently reach for another cup of tea, knowing just how much longer this is going to take me after that kind of spectacular failure right at the end. Whoops, not quite. No, let's not start over. I'm glad I catch myself from time to time when I just instinctively pause to prepare to restart. I also don't have to land on both stumps at the end. Yeah, now that I see how the bonus is working at the flag, I can see what you mean there. Of course, if I'm just going straight for the flag rather than for the hard block up top, that's a slightly different story, perhaps. Okay, got back there somewhat efficiently. But yeah, we just need meaner jumps, and I'm just going to miss the hard block, but that's okay. We got close enough. Look at that poor GG getting smashed into a little bit less than a GG, but alright, that worked out pretty well, so thank you for that, Banghead. Very good to have that introduction to your set of levels. Thought that was quite satisfying. Mark that as a win. Okay, we're running late enough at this point, having reached the 4-hour mark, that I'm not going to reopen, I don't think. I'm going to check one thing. The warm-up level that I started with today, I don't know if First Clear is still available on it. If it is, I am going to try to grind that out as the last bit here, since we still have a decent number of viewers on the stream. So let's take a look at that, and thank you so much for the cheers as well. Yeah, where's Merlin Spicy Boss Rush? That's still 0 clears, so let me just check that just to make sure. Merlin shows up sometimes to lurk, or even submit. But yeah, First Clear was still available at the beginning of the stream, so I was thinking I wanted to push through it, just to see if we can make it happen. So if you folks are okay with it, I am not going to reopen the queue, because sometimes that just pushes me way, way past my intended stream time. And instead, I'm going to see if I can make a bit of a further push into this guy here. So, let's see how it goes. And yeah, thank you once again for all of the submissions today. And good luck on the first clear? Yeah, I certainly hope so. Actually, one thing before we get too deep in. Although there's no checkpoint, in case anybody wants to race for the first clear, let me just put in the code once again. You know, just in case somebody wants to grab it, since it's not in the bot right now. Okay, here we go. Have to kind of get back into the flow of what we were doing here. I mean, we did get a couple of efficient kills on the first two, at least. Furthest I've gotten so far is to Lemmy, who is boss number 4 in this sequence. Okay, here we go. So yeah, hopefully this will not take me forever and ever to do. I just think I want to give it a try. Yeah, I should have just baited him into the crush deck, as I often do, but this is kind of a warm-up attempt anyway, so here we go. Going to have a mushroom refresh going into Iggy's fight, which is the one that's been giving me the most trouble so far from a consistency perspective. Okay. But yeah, we've been getting the crush death on Larry a surprising amount of the time. It tends to work out pretty well. Okay, let's let Iggy hang out here, jump back out. Whoa, that didn't quite work out. He's got just such a strange movement pattern. Iggy is difficult to plan around. I mean, you know, it's possible to learn his movement pattern systematically, but it's just so different from what everybody else is doing when it comes to a lot of his backwards movements from time to time that he can be a little bit difficult to strategize around, especially when conveyor belts are involved. I mean, from a design perspective, I'm really quite impressed with that Iggy room. It does plays to a lot of the strengths of his movement set. And a shell bounce there is absolutely murderous too. Okay, just going to try to stall here and see if we can get the crush death on him. Not quite. Instead, took a hit on my side, which is not great. Yeah, occasionally when he's just kind of pushed by the blaster off the edge there, rather than the crush death, he'll just get pushed back. Okay, that should be the crush though. Yeah, there we go. So Larry isn't too much of a tough customer there. Oh. Iggy though, I mean Iggy sort of naturally bounces as it is, and so having a bounce fight with him and a conveyor to take advantage of his backwards movement really just exploits everything that makes Iggy difficult. Like, very simple room in some ways in terms of the actual moving parts. But it's a deceptively simple arena design. Taking advantage of a moveset that is actually pretty interesting. Like I often say, I think one of the most disappointing things about Nintendo cutting off updates so early for this game is that the updates were really getting better and better from a design perspective. That, you know, the various elements to work with were just getting more and more interesting in terms of what they added to the design space of the game. And so they ended on a very high note, but it's too bad they ended. I mean, SMB2 Mushroom, the way it's seen in this game, is just an incredible piece of work. And Furinova also got to clear on Banghas level. Congratulations, Furinova. Hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Okay. Okay, not quite. So yeah, Iggy is a big sticking point here. And just a Lemmy fight immediately after, which is, once again, the furthest that I've gotten so far. Okay. Let's get in here. Not quite. Stalled a bit in the wrong place. Yeah, I think I've rarely ever managed to catch Keens. I mean, I do hang around on a lot of the other Mario streams from time to time, but depending on when people actually choose to run, there are definitely some fairly notable streamers in the scene that I almost never managed to catch. So. Good to see that things like the big mushroom contest were happening. Okay, we can kind of stall with Larry, but there's going to be a bit of randomness to his movement pattern as well when it comes to where he wants to jump, so it's probably best if I bop him at least once just to get the shell movement active. Or we can just wait. That works too. Bit of a cheesy fight, but you know, I'll take it. It's one of the earliest ones in a sequence. We might as well do what's consistent. Okay. Iggy's going to stay in a lower position. That's mostly good, as long as I can survive this round of the shell. Okay, he's going to bounce around in there, so we need to watch this movement, because this catches me out a lot. Wow, and then now he's going to defend that position. It's going to be very difficult to fish him out of there. Because when Iggy is up there in the cage and I'm not, the sort of backwards moonwalk means that he'll stay up there and camp out for quite some time. And totally control that position when he's holding the high ground. Okay. Okay, that's fine so far. Sometimes Roy gets a crush death from the Munchers, but not always. So let's just take that. And yeah, I think a lot of streamers are starting to reshuffle their schedules a little bit. I mean, obviously, you know, changes in this hopefully late phase of the pandemic are reshuffling a lot of people around. And so I think I've seen that with a lot of streamers lately, that many of them have been trying out new times just as a bit of a test. I'll have to do so eventually as well because, you know, I've always run very late in NA time or very early in the EU, and while that has a very loyal viewer base of its own, it's not really going to be that sustainable in the long run. But we'll see. Okay, making it past Iggy somewhat cleanly for once. I want to stay tall for as long as possible here because it means it's going to be significantly easier to actually hit the switch. Okay. And then we just try to beautiful switching sequence until Larry decides to die. I can't really watch the right side of the screen because I'm too busy watching my position. So when it comes to the bomb activation, yeah, next activation was going to activate the bomb and then... But I was really not able to watch the progress on the right side because my eyes are on myself the whole time in that fight, so it's just a matter of hitting the switch until something happens, which I wasn't quite able to track. But that's the best attempt I've put in yet, actually, when it comes to how long I've lasted against that fight with Lemmy. So that's a significant amount of progress, especially if we can get a nice reliable method going there, so we don't have to struggle too much after we face whatever is going on with Wendy and Ludwig. And Morton as well. We haven't seen Morton yet. Okay.
Oh no!
Let's get back in. Okay, pop this guy. And let's see where he goes. Yeah, very convenient for him to get on top of the Munchers. In higher positions, Roy's shell pattern becomes a little bit of a pain. But we'll get that going, and that's going to be fairly tidy. I'm totally forgetting that my strategy here was just to camp. And let him die to the crush, but yeah, he'll die to the crush this time, so we'll take it. Yeah, as long as I twirl to get into a favorable position, that's not too bad. Nope, didn't expect him to get untrapped so quickly. Usually he hangs around under the bounce between the top and bottom quite a bit longer, so got to remember to spin jump in situations like that in case I need to get out of trouble in an emergency. Whoops. Still ramming headfirst into the Munchers from time to time. And Rosar, welcome.
Oh no!
Okay. Alright, let's pop him. Pop him again. And yeah, third hit should not be too hard given his current position. It's kind of nice that when Roy is on the Munchers, he just stays in his normal form and waits for me to hit him. Works out well for me, so. Okay, let's see if we can get a random pattern here to get Larry in a nice brushable position. Looks like the answer is no. We'll try to get him into a shell phase. And just manipulate his movement from there without taking too much damage. And not quite a crush position, but we'll hopefully able to make that happen at some point. Or we could just go for a second hit, that works too. Actually doing this fight for real for once, instead of just relying on the level to do all my dirty work for me. No, it's going to do my dirty work for me. Excellent. I'll take it. Okay. And okay. It's gonna get bumped. And over we go. Not the cleanest exit, but it works, and you don't need to be tidy. I mean, you are allowed to take one hit in every fight, so that's something I plan to take advantage of whenever possible. Okay, a little bit off pattern there in terms of actually being able to hit these switches. Yeah, sometimes when you're just a little bit out of sync with the bounce pattern,
Oh,
that isn't quite going to work out. So we'll have to keep that in mind because that becomes much tougher when you no longer hold the mushroom. Okay. No peeking, Roy. Lucky for me that the munchers block Roy's movement as often as they do. Okay, he's gonna get a drop. Let's avoid the stun lock and let's avoid the munchers as well. Wow, getting into a bit of a rough position there. That will be the third bop, and that gets me through. Okay, tap this. And whoop. No, not quite. And okay, let's see what we can do here. That should not be a crush, unfortunately. That will be a crush. So yeah, just a matter of survival there. Just a matter of not missing here, like I've been doing spectacularly. Here we go. I'll take it. Just be careful if his shell pattern takes him all the way over to where I am, as we just saw. Okay, second hit. That's fine. Let's just survive. Live to tell the tale. Okay, nice to get him in a central position 3 times. Wonderful. Much easier to hit Iggy that way. Nearly fell off the right side there as Small Mario. That would have been a terrible way to go after obtaining the key. I think I do need to twirl in some cases until we finally get a good pattern for actually hitting the switches. Yeah, it is very much a consistency fight. Nothing is going to get more complicated as long as I just stay on board. And occasionally hit something. Pure consistency. Which has not made this easy. Actually makes me a little worried about time as we get into the later parts of the boss rush. Okay, almost there, maybe? Can't actually see right now. I'm not watching it carefully. Oh. Nope. Once again, almost there. But that's a lot of hits. And considering how often I was missing the switch itself, I was beginning to slip. I could tell. So yeah, very interested to see where we're going to go with Wendy, Martin, and Ludwig. All of them do have some pretty specific potential threats. I think pound for pound, Martin probably has the most threatening moveset out of the box so when it comes to Koopalings. Because you've got to deal with the stun lock and the fire. But it will depend very much on the arena, because often Ludwig's movement could also be a problem, just given just how much airtime he gets on you sometimes. Okay, so he's going to come out. If we land accurately, we get out. And there we go, one of the cleanest Eggy fights we've had to date. Let's see if we can get something tidy on Lemmy here. Looks like Lemmy is actually sitting directly over a E block. such that it's actually not going to be the bomb hits, it's going to be some kind of P interaction. But I just can't see what's going on because I can't do anything except read my own position and hit the switches. There's no opportunity to actually peek at the mechanism in terms of how many hits I have to go. The bomb is on the lower position, I can kind of vaguely see that. But if there's anything time sensitive, I will not be able to actually track what's going on here. The bomb is gone already, so what's going on downstairs? Oh, I see. No, I can just drop immediately and hit the P-switch myself. Okay. So I had cleared that quite a while ago. It's just that I need to be attentive to the bomb detonation momentum. Ordinarily, I'd be a lot more attentive to if I were using a controller with rumble, but because I'm playing on the Super Nintendo controller, no rumble, and therefore no remote bomb detection when I'm not paying attention with my eyes. So yeah, I hadn't seen the P blocks under Lemmy previously, or the P-switch down below, and so now I understand what's going on when the bomb opens up the path. So that fight was just a reading error on my part. And so yeah, I do kind of need to track how many switch activations I'm doing, but also just listen for the audio cue for the bomb, since I will not get a rumble cue. So yeah, I mean, I had plenty of opportunities to clear Lemmy's fight previously then that I had just completely squandered. Okay, let's punch our way through. And up we go. Nope. Sails right up against me there. Okay, getting back up on the high ground, and that's going to be unusually convenient. Also convenient is the fact that he did not sail up to my position, but then we just blew it. Alright, that could have gone better. Okay, get out. Okay, still dancing around here. Just in time to get out of Roy's way. Let's just let him peek out. I think my position is not quite good enough to approach him quickly. That was a lucky hit. Nope, didn't expect him to stay on that time, but the punchers did constrain his position. Okay, that'll be fine. Let's wait for the munchers to get out of the way. Just to do this as safely as possible. Okay. Nope, not quite a crush. I was really hoping for that. But we got it. Yeah, very difficult to control my position over the conveyors here. I should just try to attack him from above whenever I can, just so I can control where my momentum is taking me. Trying to fight him on the belts directly is probably going to end in tears. So, let's not do it that way. But yeah, let's at least get through Lemmy's fight, because that was definitely a bit of a knowledge barrier in terms of understanding what was supposed to happen there. Roy's going to stun lock himself, works for me. We'll just hang out 2 spaces away. Okay. Very good. Thought he got trapped. Sometimes the patterns work out Sometimes they go well, sometimes things get a little bit complicated. Okay, let's jump around. And we'll tap that and see what
Oh no!
is going to happen. One of the very rare times that I've actually died on Larry, because usually I do manage to stall for long enough that he'll die one way or another. Nope. Not quite. Okay, here we go. That's gonna be a hit. Electrocute, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the E's. Like, is this something similar to people pressing F to pay respects, except some kind of new button binding? Or I can't always keep up with the internet on the whole, so. Alright, let's wait.
Oh no!
And yeah, I kind of figured, Electrodude, because you were warning me just as I got your level into Q that you were just about to switch over to Supernovas for the feature. And of course, that's exactly when I decided to clear your level. Went surprisingly quickly, actually. So yeah, glad I managed to get that done. Because then we have the Flaming Fortress of Fury to look forward to next. Probably. Unless you finish more levels in the meantime for me to have an easier time with. And yeah, I always edit things as the permanent VOD anyway, as in I just clip some of the dead space out of the start and finish of the stream to keep as complete a video archive as I can of what I play here, so. And you know your way around Twitch well enough to find everything easily. So yeah, until somebody has informed me otherwise, I'll just assume that E is what the kids press these days to pay respects.
Oh.
But I don't actually know that for a fact. That's the peril of being a Twitch streamer sometimes, is that you need to keep up with things like this when you're caught off guard. E is from something with do with Markiplier. Okay, I don't think I would have encountered this, so I'll have to look this up at some point. Okay, meantime, let's just dodge back and forth until something happens. Brush? Yes. Okay. Luckily, as Super Mario, I'm not going to slip off the edge on the right side, which is a real risk there. Okay, gonna get a clean second hit. Okay, bounce around. I've got a mushroom. I should be able to hit him at least once. I hope. Someone mashed his face up with Lord Farquaad from Shrek. That sounds like it hurts. So let's see what the letter E is about, though. And that context, but I guess I have to actually see the image to understand it. 2 more hits should do it, and then I go for the P-switch, right? Yes. P-switch. Okay, now that I actually understand that fight, it's going by much, much easier. It's just that previously I was stalling and hitting the switch over and over again, even though the bomb was long gone. And, hey, we actually get a checkpoint. Okay, great. I wasn't sure we would get a checkpoint, but now I don't need to worry so much about time. Notice all the slopes. I find that Wendy's fights tend to be really interesting when they have lots of slopes simply because they throw off their expectations for how the right angle reflections on her projectiles are going to behave. So, actually a lot of smart design all over this. Wendy's fight is not going to be too threatening, though. I think it's just a matter of not dying to too many things. I mean, most of the things like the P-switches there, P-blocks, are decorative.
Oh no!
Ludwig is going to be a bit of a problem here as everything starts to crowd the lower level. Hey, it took me a while to get into checkpoint, but now, you know, due to the sunk cost fallacy, we're definitely here to stay. And I've gotten so close to that many times before, just from not understanding what I was doing with Lemmy. That was the main issue. That was purely just a visualization thing, in terms of like being able to read the level.
Oh no!
But hey, we're actually making some headway here. Okay. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be too worried about something like a P-switch activation. Breaking the whole level, I think it's just a decorative concept just to make the whole room look yellow. Whoops.
Oh no!
Okay. Wendy's projectiles are not even going to be that much of a problem here. It's mostly just her shell. And the fact that we don't have a lot of room to work with in terms of jumping up and down. Staying in a center column, though, is relatively safe from things like burners, so... It's just that she does kind of force you to go on the offensive sometimes. That can get you into trouble if you're not careful, especially because there is a burner over the key door, which I had not previously noticed or paid any attention to. Nope, not quite getting into that position.
Oh no!
Yeah, okay, so the blades are going to cycle all the way around. That was not clear at first because they cycle through the lava. But now I do understand. Hit one. Okay. And we'll just stay nice and low with a spin jump. I think that's probably fine. Center column is actually really, really safe here. Safe from the bumpers, safe from the burners. It's just that you do get aggressively pushed out to tackle on Wendy at all. Okay, Ludwig is going to reposition himself. Let's just take this as a bit of a bullet hell segment for hit number 1, and then get back to safety here. Yeah, so it's actually 2 sets of saw blades that are on a cycle to make it seem like they're looping back and forth, but it's actually 2 different parts of the loop here. Okay, this is going to feel pretty good. Okay, looks like it's going to be a spin fest. I love the symmetrical Zs here. That the Z seems to imply spin on the left side, but it's built for symmetry with the track segment on the right side.
Oh no!
That's a neat concept. You know, just to make the Z marker look a little less obnoxious than it usually does. So yeah, let's control center. Oh, Wendy actually getting a projectile off for once, which is not something that has happened too often in this fight. Except we're going to get hit by that anyway. That's okay. Wendy and Ludwig's fights feel pretty manageable. Morton's fight, I don't know what to make of it yet. I haven't seen enough of it to really understand, but Wendy, I think I have a general strategy. It's just going to be stay in the safe zone for as long as possible until we are forced to go on the attack. And when we do get forced to go on the attack, it's very important that I hit accurately so she doesn't get any additional projectiles off, because the projectiles just stay live for way, way too long. So the earlier I hit her to prevent projectiles, the better, because then we don't need to worry so much about the deflection patterns. Nope, miss, miss, miss. Okay. But yeah, very safe position there. And going to grab that after missing a few times. Okay, Ludwig. Pure dodging fight here. And so much for the pure dodging. Okay. Let's get out of here, getting into this segment. Once again, just preventing him from getting to projectile heavy is all there is to it. Not a bad fight. Okay, here's the spin jump fest with Morton. Okay, one thing I was not reading last time was what the kind of quasi-charvarks that are simulated by the Podoboos are doing. But they have a certain flight pattern as they come off the tracks, and I just need to steer very clear of that in a way that I don't know how to do just yet, because I haven't seen that room enough to really understand where the safe spots are going to be, if there are any. Of course, Morton has a way of messing up every single kind of timing with his particular moveset, although with all the spin jumps everywhere, I think stun locks are not going to be too much of an issue. I think mostly I should not be worrying about stun locks. I will be worrying mainly about Morton fire. Let's get back into it. And see... Okay, we're going to have one projectile that Wendy will successfully fire. That's actually going to make things quite a bit more complicated just by itself. Let's not let the situation escalate to anything worse. Yeah, the projectile just stays live so long. It's pretty much as long as it is able to deflect until it times out. But it takes a long time to time out. Okay, let's wait for the burner this time, because I don't want to get zapped. Or roasted. One of the two. Okay, let's just dodge. And that's going to get the first hit. Okay, I thought I was able to get out into a safe position that time, but instead, get a second hit. Nope. I should be spin jumping off of Ludwig to get back to safety. I think I have good tactics for him, I just need to remember to actually do them. Yeah, Wendy, just have to rush her down. Stay center. Rush her down again when she revives. Stay centered. Yeah, we have a good clean method for her. Really, I just need to not miss the jumps. The method itself is very sound. Fury Nova, thank you for coming and hanging out for so long today. Very glad to have you here as always. And yeah, I'll see you around, for sure. I don't know yet if we'll be able to run the usual Monday to Tuesday puzzle stream this week. It is kind of a bonus slot anyway, but I may have to have scheduling change for this week, depending on how some potential conflicts go. So, next Mario stream, I'm not exactly sure what it's going to be just yet, but I'll keep you folks updated.
Oh no!
Yeah, Morton, his positioning is difficult. I cannot get onto the top right platform until I have the key, because the platform will just drop. I don't think it's actually attached to any of the tracks, so... But if I understand Morton's fight, I feel like first clear is absolutely within reach. I'm kind of surprised it has remained available for this long, in fact. Unless somebody here has already snagged it. It's really not that difficult by the standards of Koopa Link boss rushes. It's very much within the norm. It's even checkpointed between the first and second half. The first 4 and the second 3. Yeah, Morton's fight is tough. I do need to figure out where my positioning is supposed to go, because thus far I do not have a good method for it.
Oh no!
I think I just need to steer very clear of the large Potoboos the whole time and just take opportunities to hit Morton when they arise, but mainly concentrate on staying alive and getting to safety. So, I mean, it is going to be the last of Koopalings in this set, so it makes sense that the hardest fight is going to be there. Like I said much earlier, Morton does have the hardest moveset out of the box already, so. And that kind of room would already be fairly challenging as a dodging survival room. Even without Morton present to complicate things further. So yeah, we'll see if there's something like a safe zone or a good safety timing that I can go for in that fight. Have to get back there first, of course.
Oh no!
Let's not do that. Okay, back we go. Okay. This isn't going too badly. Nice and clean. Then we get on to Ludwig's fight, which is going to get off to a bit of a bad start.
Oh.
Got smoked out pretty quickly there. Back and forth. Okay. Back we go. Alright, let's be extra careful with the burner over to key door. I don't know why I keep trying to go for an early hit on Ludwig, it never works. I don't think I've hit him once in that early timing. Nope. Bad planning there. Oh, no, just missed. Can't afford to miss like that. You need to hit him on target. Okay, same deal as before with Wendy. We know how this works by now. And okay, kind of a bad position there, but we managed to get that done. And yeah, Banghead, thank you for staying for so long today. Thank you for your good wishes with the first clear, and again for the level you sent earlier. So, hope to see you around. Oops. Okay. Don't always want to spin jump in this style because sometimes the twirl adjustment is going to do wonders. And we'll just hang around up top. Whoa, that's going to be a bad position. Wasn't expecting the projectiles to fan out exactly at that time. So yeah, Mr. Electrodude, have a good lunch, as always. Always a good signal that I've been running for way too long. Despite my best intentions to keep this around the 4-hour mark. I thought, okay, let's just do this as a bit of a bonus since the queue is over. You can see how it's going. Actually not going too badly. I have been reaching the last fight often enough. Wait for the burner. Just don't really understand Morton's pattern nearly well enough to get 3 hits on him just yet. Nope, too ambitious with Ludwig. Much too ambitious, as always. Just dump on him a bit here. Nope. Yeah, I should stay up top with Ludwig, actually. For the initial round. And just take him a little bit more patiently, because controlling the high ground in that fight is a pretty big advantage. Because the saw blades are actually fairly easy to dodge in that position when you're not dealing with 2 at once. As long as we don't get cornered by Ludwig's projectiles, that should work out just fine. So let's push through. Okay. Once again, forgetting my own advice that I just mentioned seconds ago. Nope, I was hoping to get out much earlier, and that didn't quite go. Okay. That's fine, that's a decent position, I think, depending on his wake-up time. We are going to go back to Morton's room in just a moment. Okay, Morton's room, going to be quite difficult, so we need to prioritize dodging fire. Yeah, going a little too far. Oh no, we dropped the door. That's something we should never do. I already have the key. But yeah, I wasn't expecting to just clip right through that swamp on the right side. That was kind of a bad move. But we kind of have the right idea in terms of prioritizing dodging fire first when it comes to Morton. Yeah, Wendy, we really can't let get a second projectile off on us here. Let's let the burner go once. There we go. Not quite. Well, this could go a little bit better. Okay, Wendy's just going to roll around some more, and good estimation there of her wake-up timing. Wait for the burner. And once again, we are through. Okay. Not a good position here. Getting trapped when Ludwig is in a flight phase.
Oh no!
Well, I think this is fundamentally doable. Hopefully it's doable soon. It can be hard to tell sometimes. Okay, they're all going to roll around. No, too many projectiles now, so that's going to be much more troublesome when we miss. Once again, just can't afford to miss. Okay. Not quite. Yeah, not a good position here. Really can't let her get the first shot if I can help it. Still fairly safe though. Especially with the first projectile out of the way now. Alright, let's stay high this time for Ludwig's fight. He's going to try to zap me from that position, and that's okay. That's still dodgeable. Doesn't really help me, actually. Given that we are in the same kind of position when we get into the middle of the arena. No matter what I do. Whoops. Just a bad landing there. Okay. Let's just let him hang around in the lower level. Whoops. Needless death. Hey, pop Wendy. And let's see if we can get any further. No, can't let her fire twice. I'm going to play a little too cautiously. That was not to my advantage. First projectile is gone, at least. Okay, good. Killing Wendy, of course, just immediately dispense it with the projectiles as well, so that's going to help. Ducking out of that position is also going to help. It's actually Ludwig's shell phase that's the biggest threat here when it comes to making sure I get into a position of safety without getting hit. Ideally without getting hit. Whoops, just missed a jump. Okay. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Okay, doing fine so far. Oh, actually getting an early hit on Ludwig for once. That's a huge advantage early, even though I'm squandering it almost immediately. It's going to continue rolling on the lower level, and oh, just squandered it once again. But the fact that I can, in fact, get an early hit on Ludwig right away when I enter that fight is a big boost. I don't know if I'll always be able to risk it, but the sooner I can get back to Morton, the better. Let's remember to spin jump on all of these just to make things extra safe. Nope. Just bumping my head, trying to go for the early hit. Not gonna work out there. Alright. Up we go. Yeah, I gotta tuck away in the corner when you see that happen. That was nearly a disaster. That was a disaster.
Oh,
Okay. Not quite getting in position for the first hit. That's going to be a slight issue, but hopefully not a crippling one. At least from a platforming perspective, Wendy's fight is fairly safe. Not much trying to put pressure on my feet. Okay, that's fine. As long as I don't get bumped around too much, this should be safe. Okay, first hit, but I also got hit on my end as well, so rushing that down was not too advantageous. I still don't have a safe pattern to get too many quick hits on him just yet. If I can find a good, consistent pattern for Ludwig, then at least I can get back to Morton a lot faster. Because Morton, I really don't feel like I've actually figured out yet, so... Okay, here we go. And yeah, Rosar, this room is indeed gorgeous. A lot of the P-block stuff here isn't actually functional, it's just to complete the yellow decorations.
oh no!
It got thrown way out of position there. Not very often, though. Let Wendy control the height in this room like that. Okay. Yeah, the fewer projectiles on a board, the better, of course, but the first one should despawn relatively soon. Thank you for the follow. EC the Wolf, hope you're enjoying the stream. Let's wait for this here. Nope, missing. Once again. Okay, Ludwig is gonna drop now. Good. Okay. Let's not die. Okay. Yeah, getting up on the lip there is going to be just fine. Let's get a third hit and just get out of here as soon as I can. Back to Morton's fight. Let's not drop the platform this time. Okay, first hit, that's good. Nope, we dropped the platform. That's really quite fragile. We have to stay clear of that corner completely. It's very easy to just accidentally trigger that. Especially because sometimes I'm getting a shell bounce off of Morton. And that's going to send me higher than I expect. And so I just don't want to fight him on the right side, if I can help it. Okay. Okay, glad the burners got out of my way just in time. I thought I was going to get roasted there for sure. Luckily not the case. I always make this mistake of trying to Engage a little too early here, and we're going to get punished like crazy with the way that Ludwig uses his height advantage to get straight up into the middle of the room. And he's just got the longest flight pattern. Yeah, pretty much all the Koopalings in this boss rush are in their normal form, but Ludwig, I think, has wings, which is something that makes him considerably more threatening, just given how much airtime he gets. How he's not really susceptible to being hit as long as he's in that state. Okay, nearly had a bit of a disaster there, but wall jumped out of it safely. Once again, same mistake. Nope. Yeah, if we can get a nice, solid method for Ludwig, this would be going a lot better.
Oh, no.
We'll not stay on this for too much longer, though. I mean, we did work pretty hard to get to this point. I am going for first clear, which is why I'm staying on it as long as I am, but it might not happen. And even if I do have to get out of here and attempt this another day, it should not take too long to get past checkpoint. I think I've gotten the general hang of the first 4 fights pretty well. Because the 4th fight would let me right before the checkpoint. It was just a matter of understanding how many times I was supposed to hit the switch and what I was supposed to do after that. And as soon as I understood that, that became an easy fight. So. Yeah, Ludwig's fight is still a problem, just for accuracy reasons. I feel like conceptually it's easy. Yeah, you just can't miss a landing. If you miss a landing, everything falls apart. Nope, once again, a little bit of difficulty getting into position. Okay, surprisingly good position that time. Dodge and dodge and dodge. And get to safety here. Alright, let's wait for Ludwig and just lead his projectiles out of the way. Okay, that's a much better pattern, actually. Nope. Losing control of space. And Rosar, yeah, I know you exist. I didn't know you had a gun, though. Okay. Okay, got it. Let's get through here.
Oh, no.
Okay, it might not happen, but we'll see. Yeah, with Morton, I've only really been able to get one hit on him so far, but as long as I don't drop the platform under the key bar, then that fight is one that I should mainly play defensively. Some of this is not working out quite as well as I would like. Especially because I feel like I've figured out the pattern for Wendy quite some time ago. Okay, it's going to try this a little longer. Pretty clean fight that time, apart from getting burnt at the end. Okay, going to duck immediately. Going to dodge the second round. Nope, not quite. Yeah, Ludwig's projectile pattern is a big problem here. But if the second Saw Blade round gets out of the way, then... Actually, yeah, this is the method. You get up immediately. And then get back down once the lower Saw Blades have been cleared. It'd be nice if Ludwig had a faster wake-up timing, but there we go. Okay, that feels much, much better as a method.
Oh no!
Yeah, Morton, I don't even know what I'm doing with him. But if we can replicate that Ludwig method to get out of there safely, should be able to get back to Morton very quickly. And just the more attempts we see on him, the better. Very inconvenient burner timing that time. Okay, up we go. Okay. Let him come down. Pop him. Get upstairs immediately. Dodge the Saw Blade. Saw Blade's clear from the bottom. We go for him again. And we just get back up there as fast as we can. That's the method. See? Very easy now. We'll get a mushroom going into Morton's room, so let's not fuss too much about taking a hit there. Okay, going for him immediately is good. I just had a bad landing. Morton's going to do a bit of a fake out there because he also has wings. We have to keep that in mind because I did expect him to drop much faster, but now Ludwig goes much easier than I had him before, so... And this suddenly looks doable. Yeah, Morton requires a bit of cleanup, but he has an easy first hit if I just go straight for him upon entering the room. I think we can get a good pattern for him. I think we can get it going. No, Ludwig, let's not panic. Let's actually remember what the plan is. Really do have to stick to the plan with some of these. Okay. Get back to spin jumping, perhaps. Okay, good. It's a nice quick pop. Hey, yeah, Omar, Q is closed and has been closed for a while. This is the last level I'm playing today. But we do run regularly in this time slot. Twice a week at least when it comes to viewer levels, so hopefully we'll catch you then. But I'm not taking any more submissions, I just don't have the time. We have run way, way over at this point, so... Just trying to get first clear on this thing if it's still available. And that is going to be it for the stream. Okay, cannot miss the jumps. Absolutely cannot miss. Alright, let's not get burnt. And let's put in... Oh, a decent attempt on Ludwig. That's not going to happen. Well, a decent attempt's not going to happen, but we can still save ourselves up here. Yeah, just get up into that position, back to safety. That's the pattern. If you can wake up a little bit sooner, that would be great. Oh no, nearly messed that up. Sliding just a little bit too far past the door. Okay, let's make a good attempt. Straight for the thwomp. Oh, didn't even realize there were Divine Star. That was a total accidental cling. Unfortunately, because I did not want to cling. I wanted to fall down to Morton immediately. So unfortunately that threw me off, because I was aiming straight down to Central Thwomp and then Morton for a quick first hit. If we can stay relatively undamaged going into a second hit, I should be able to burn him down quickly and get up to the key door, so... Alright. This can be done. We're going to go down immediately and then duck under the first projectile. Maneuver around the second round of projectiles and then go for him right away. Nope, that was a mistake. I thought I had room to twirl, but I already hit the pipe on the side, unfortunately. That caused all kinds of problems because it registered as a spin jump off the wall. Okay, long pattern from Ludwig here, but we'll get him. That'll be quick. That's a miss.
Oh no!
Cannot afford to miss. You have to hit him very accurately, otherwise things get completely out of control. Yeah, I really don't feel like I've properly learnt Morton's fight yet, but we're so close to the end at this point. Okay. Let's fix that up. Nope.
Oh no!
Really do think we can get it done now. That's how we end up getting trapped in levels like this for ages. It's the conviction that we are so close to the clear. The unwillingness to let it go. Nope. Like I said, can't afford to miss. I must hit as intended. Or disaster just ensues. So let's just get around. Nope. Yeah, the burner timings can be a bit of an issue sometimes when she just wakes up in exactly the wrong spot. Let's wait. Okay, Ludwig, we have a method for it. Come down, duck. Dodge the next round if possible. Nope. Yeah, just a lot of accuracy issues all over. Okay, that's fine. That's gonna drop out. He's gonna wake up at a very inconvenient time, I think. Okay, that was nearly disastrous if I accidentally wall jumped for some reason. Okay, first hit, but we did take a hit ourselves, so...
Oh no!
Yeah, the fire pattern is just absolutely punishing here. I don't know if it's gonna. It might not, given that I don't feel close with Morton at all. Yeah, Wendy and Ludwig I do have very concrete methods for. Morton I just don't. Feels like total chaos, in fact. Okay. Nope, did not mean to get that bounce. Alright, almost there. More hits on this, and it's just a matter of getting back to where we were so we can see it a little more and have more attempts. Earn the right to challenge Morton in the fire trap. Nope, too late. Okay. I'll just stay focused here with whatever wake-up timing we'll get off Ludwig. Okay. Still taking hits off Morton. That's going to be death.
Oh, no.
Like, if you miss, everything just collapses. Yeah, maybe going for that fast first hit on Morton is not a great idea after all. It's just much too unsafe. But I guess the thing about the Thwomp Room is that it's a little difficult to see when you're going to walk into the Thwomps from the side, which has been a bit of a problem. Nope. Yeah, starting to slip on this a bit, unfortunately. We may have to call it soon. Past a certain point, you do have to admit defeat, even if you're past checkpoint and so tantalizingly close to getting it done. I mean, it's hard enough that maybe First Clear will stay available a little bit longer, but it'll be a few days before I'm back to streaming this, so. Okay. One hit here. Let's remember to get back into the upper position just to get to safety. 2 hits. Okay. Looking good. 3 hits. Very quick. Okay, we actually got it safely. Yeah, once again, got hit on the Thwomp on the side, though, which is a huge problem. Like, I can't really try to skip over the center like that. I must go over the center every time. That's going to be the trick to that room. Because the fact that you can kind of crash into the Thwomp from on the side is something that's quite deceptive. Actually getting the safe first hit is a big start, though. But I don't know that I've been able to do any better than that with Morton. Because at best I'm getting one hit and then it completely collapses. Okay, let's play it safe. Briggs pattern. Nope, he shot me a bit low this time. Didn't expect that. Nope.
Oh no!
That did not work out. Okay, hop, hop, hop. Back and forth until we get it done. Nope. Once again, just a little bit of variance in Ludwig's pattern, throwing me off. A little more than I'd hoped. Wow, that was nearly a disaster. Luckily we managed to cut off that wall jump. Nope. Bad timing.
No!
Well, I don't know if it's happening. That's okay, we'll be back to this soon enough, I'm sure, but first clear will probably be out of my grip. Almost kind of want to check if it has been done, although I don't want to lose the checkpoints just yet. Actually, be a load off my mind if it has been accomplished already. Given that that's the main incentive to be pushing on it as hard as we've been doing. Okay, one hit. Was that two? It was two. Nope.
Oh no!
Getting bumped is probably down there. We do need to stick to the strategy. No, I had to go a bit faster, otherwise she jumps.
Oh no!
Yeah, there is going to be a bit of regression at this point in terms of taking depths to things that we were perfecting earlier, so that might be a sign of steady decline for the rest of this session. And that's how things go sometimes, so just have to take it in stride and understand that maybe it won't happen today, but we'll see, because that was a fairly clean fight, all things considered. We'll see if we can get something clean on Ludwig over here as well. Yeah, staying up top and then going down seems pretty clean. Yeah, understanding when the safety zones are going to come is very important. Okay, that's gonna be clean. Now let's face disaster. Okay. Staying in a center is actually going to be fine, because it avoids the thwomp problem that I'd mentioned earlier.
Oh no!
It's not a bad strategy. We should try that at least one more time, because it is a bit of a breakthrough. That controlling center in that room too is actually a pretty sound approach. It's a sort of major insight that we were looking forward to. And hoping for with a fight like that, so... Okay, good. Nice solid hit there to round things out before we get into Ludwig's room, so we'll stay high for the first position. Let him fire, and then go low. Okay, up here. Until everything gets cleared out of the way. Back up until things are out again. Good. 3 solid hits. Back to Morton. No, didn't even get hit 1 this time.
Oh no!
Okay, I think that is all I have time for today, unfortunately, but we'll see if First Clear remains available the next time I'm able to stream. Yeah, still nobody on it, so... We'll see. I mean, it's hard enough that First Clear might just remain available for a few days, especially with fairly few plays on it, so... We'll have to start over, but that's okay. I think the first few fights are pretty controllable, so... Spent way too long on it today, but that's how we learn. So, thank you to everybody who has stuck around for this long. I'll be scanning around for a raid, likely sending you off to somebody else doing Mario Maker. And thank you especially to anybody who submitted levels today. As always, we just had an excellent selection. I also got a very significant clear off the Electrodude shell level that had been hardest thing I'd been working on during the viewer level streams over the past few weeks, so that was a major landmark. And we have lots more to look forward to where that came from. In the meantime, I'll look for somebody to send you off to, and that's it for me for now, so have a good morning, noon, or nights, or anything in between, and fare thee well.